Chapter 1050 Behu Catacombs Imperial Sea Mountain. Wu Bao led the Destiny Royal Court people, still standing outside Imperial Sea Mountain. Opposite Imperial Sea Mountain, there was a battle going on. A large-scale battle. It was a battle between armies, not a battle between experts. The human army and the Catacombs foreign army were fighting each other, their battle cries piercing the sky. Opposite, Wu Quishan's expression was cold. He did not say a word, watching the battle in the distance. Beside him, Li Wuji was a little uncomfortable. After a while, he said telepathically, "Minister Wu, why don't we just kill our way out? These weaklings can't change anything." Big picture? Wu Quishan's voice was calm. He said lightly, "Humans are strong. This is the big picture. We don't need individuals to be strong. Humans need to be strong as a whole." It was a simple sentence, but it was extremely cruel. There were close to 40,000 people in the Wuhan army. On the other hand, MCMAU and 1st Military School had formed a team of 3,000 people. In addition to some other martial artists, this time the martial artist army he had brought with him from North Lake was as high as 50,000 people. Did he expect these people to change the big picture? No. It was only to give these people a chance to participate in the battle. Powerhouses would only show their talent, explode their foundation, and survive in desperate situations. Only through continuous battles could the young martial artists officially step onto the stage. 50,000 people. Wu Quishan was even prepared to sacrifice some of them. The remaining people a little stronger, a little stronger. This was the big picture. Humans did not rely on one or two people to support them. Martial kings were too tired. Sovereign personages were too tired. Everyone was too tired, too fatigued. Everyone had to fight. Fight for their lives. Fight for power. Moreover, they could also buy time to ensure that Fang Ping could successfully annihilate Mount Luofu. Since Wu Bao and the others did not take the initiative to attack, Wu Quishan did not mind training at this time. Blindly relying on the protection of powerhouses, humans could never rely on themselves to become strong. Among the human powerhouses who are famous today, no one became a powerhouse purely by relying on the protection and support of powerhouses, including Fang Ping. The battles and dangers that Fang Ping had experienced in the past 3 years were incomparable to countless older powerhouses. Beside him, Yu Wuhua watched the killing army, watching people fall one after another. Wu Quishan and the others did not move, and could not help but sigh and lament. Humans were really scary. When it was time to protect, they would risk their lives. When the strong attacked the weak, even if they were no match for the strong, they would fight on the front lines and never retreat. When it was not their duty to protect, even when they saw those soldiers dying in battle, they were indifferent and unmoved. They had a good grasp of propriety. Perhaps it was cruel, but the effect was remarkable. Humans grew stronger in battle. If this army of 50,000 cultivators did not die this time and recovered from their injuries, then they would all improve and become the elites of the human race. This was similar to Wu Quishan's gu-rearing plan. It was similar but different. Back then, it all depended on luck. But now, there was an expert holding the line, ensuring absolute fairness. The high-ranked powerhouses of the catacombs had all been chased to the border of Mount Royal Sea by the combined forces of humans. This was the opportunity that the human experts had fought for them. And this scene was also happening in the Donglin catacombs. Over at Eastern Woods, a large number of troops were fighting as well. After saying a few words, Wu Quishan turned his head and looked at Universe, Bao, and the others several dozen miles away. He said in a calm voice, "Jiao, since your Destiny Royal Court is here, isn't it boring to just sit and watch the show? You don't want too many people to die, and we don't want to start a war like a swarm of bees. My human ancestors liked to fight generals on the battlefield. Why don't we have a duel? Battle of generals at the front lines." This rarely happened during a battle between two armies. The catacombs preferred to suppress humans with a number of powerhouses. Humans, on the other hand, were used to fighting 1 against 2 or even 3 or more. And now, Wu Quishan actually proposed a battle of generals. Wu Quishan chuckled. Is Destiny Royal Court afraid? If you're afraid, then come at me together. Since both sides have met here, it's impossible to hope that no one will die. When we humans send out our troops, there will be blood. War is the consumption of resources. Humans will not retreat until blood is shed. Ji Yao's expression was cold as she looked at him coldly. Then, she suddenly snorted and said, General Duel? Snake King, how do you want to fight? 7th pin against 7th pin, 8th pin against 8th pin, 9th pin against 9th pin. Both sides entered the Great Canyon to fight. The side that died would continue to send people. Simple rules. The others are not allowed to attack. If they attack, then it'll be an all-out war. Wu Quishan smiled. Do you dare? Ji Yao sneered. Why not? How many high-ranked martial artists are there in your land of rebirth? Even if there are 10 of them for one of you, your land of rebirth will still be destroyed. Having said that, Ji Yao said coldly, since you want a battle of generals, I also want to watch a big show. Someone sound the drums and cheer. The royal court is unrivaled in God's land. Don't tell me they don't even have the courage to fight people of the same rank. Beside her, Universe Bao frowned slightly, but he did not refuse. He also wanted to see the level of the land of rebirth martial artists. To be honest, other than the absolute peak martial artists, the rest of the restricted area martial artists did not fight many of the reborn martial artists. Actually, there were quite a few, but almost all of them died. It would be easier to make arrangements after getting a feel of the reborn martial artist's strength. Tang Feng, you go. Show the young people how to kill. Yes, sir. Tang Feng roared. He quickly used Flight Step and yelled across the air. Human Tang Feng, MCMAU instructor, rank 8 first stage. Who dares to fight? Opposite him, Universe Bao glanced at Tang Feng and nodded to an armored powerhouse under his command. Soon, a person flew out from the opposite side, yelling, Destiny Royal Court, Tribute Hall Baocheng, rank 3 Venerable. Rank 3 is also trash. Tang Feng was not the least bit afraid. He quickly rushed into the Grand Canyon passageway. The passageway was narrow. At least for a rank 8 martial artist, there was not much space to maneuver. However, this also made it easier to determine life and death. The stronger the powerhouse, the smaller the place they fought, the easier it was to see blood and determine life and death. Both parties rushed into the Grand Canyon at the same time. At this moment, the Grand Canyon's barrier had already been opened by both parties, leading to the opposite side. In the blink of an eye, both of them unleashed their golden bodies, fighting in the Grand Canyon passageway. Tang Feng was like a lion, unusually fierce. Although his realm was not as high as the other parties, he was more brutal and brave when he fought. His iron fists were not golden, but blood-red. Every punch was filled with the stench of blood, making people nauseous. Mad Lion Tang Feng. Even if he had just entered rank 8, he was still incomparably brave. Under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses on both sides exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant. At this time, the other party's sword pierced through Tang Feng's left eye, directly from the eye socket to the back of his head. Yu Wuhua and the others frowned slightly. A rank 8 first refinement versus a 3rd refinement. The difference was not small. However, at this time, Tang Feng was extremely calm and collected, as if the one who was pierced was not him. Just when the other party thought that victory was in his grasp, he grinned, punched, and the void shook. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Tang Feng's punch had pierced through the other party's chest. The other party was about to pull out his sword and retreat, but at this time, the long sword suddenly stopped. Blood spurted out from Tang Feng's eyes, but the back of his head was stuck to the other party's long sword. In the blink of an eye, Tang Feng roared and punched again, smashing the other party's head. At this time, the powerhouses under Universe Bao's command were ready to make a move. Wu Quishan said lightly, "This is only the first battle. You guys can't wait to fight the strong already? Trash indeed." Universe Bao raised his hand, stopping the powerhouses under his command from helping. His eyes were cold, but his heart was slightly shaken. It was said that there were demons in the world. Sure enough, there really were demons. MCMAU's Tang Feng, a rank 8 first refinement martial artist, fought extremely crazily. He was not afraid of death, not afraid of strong enemies, and his momentum was invincible. Under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses on both sides, Tang Feng was incomparably crazy. Punches after punches. Under the other party's counterattack, half of his head was almost smashed, but he forcefully blasted the other party's golden body into pieces. The last punch smashed the other party's mentality into smithereens. Bao Chong was dead. A third refinement versus a first refinement. After exchanging more than 300 moves, Tang Feng killed the strong enemy at the cost of half of his head being smashed. Seeing this, Wu Quishan laughed heartily, his mentality erupting instantly. Tang Feng of the human race, rank 8 first refinement, killed a rank 8 third refinement catacombs strong enemy. Congratulations. Congratulations to Grandmaster Tang. In the distance, tens of thousands of troops roared at the same time. In an instant, their momentum skyrocketed. The initially exhausted people became incomparably valiant at this moment. One after another, they erupted. At this moment, the two armies that were facing each other were instantly killed by the humans. Screams were endless. In the North Lake catacombs, countless foreign troops were killed in an instant. Blood dyed the ground red. Fighting generals in front of the battlefield, defeating the strong as the weak, killing the strong. This was the greatest morale booster. Sometimes, fighting spirit was more important than strength. Morale was more important than resources. In the canyon, Tang Feng laughed heartily and shouted, "Tang Feng of the human race, fight again!" Universe Bao's expression was ugly, his brows slightly furrowed. Beside him, someone spoke telepathically. "Temple Master, why don't we send a peak venerable to kill Tang Feng?" Universe Bao frowned and shouted telepathically, "Trash! Tang Feng has only just entered the venerable realm. If a peak venerable were to attack, the land of rebirth might not intervene. Even if they don't, a peak venerable killing a rank, one would be a disgrace." Among the royal court powerhouses, who still has the confidence to fight again? Fighting generals. If they fought well, everyone's momentum would be unparalleled in the upcoming battle. However, if they were defeated, their morale would be greatly affected. This was also the first time Universe Bao witnessed a battle between a rebirth martial artist and someone of the same rank. Brutal, cold, ruthless to the enemy, and even more ruthless to themselves. No wonder, even with so many true kings around, they did not dare to recklessly fight the other party. It was fine if there were only 1 or 2 such ruthless people, but everyone in the land of rebirth was the same. There had never been a moment when Universe Bao felt that the land of rebirth was so scary and dangerous. He did not know if it was a good or bad thing for the true kings of the divine land of rebirth to be enemies with the land of rebirth. As for him, his main goal was to seize power. As for going all out against the land of rebirth, he had no such intention. Continue. He's only a rank 1. He was already injured earlier. Go again. At Universe Bao's command, another rank, 8 rank, 3 powerhouse attacked. Both of them exchanged blows in an instant. This time, the other party was more vigilant and decisive. When they fought, it was also incomparably tragic. 5 minutes later, Tang Feng forcefully destroyed the other party's golden body with a slight advantage. He was also severely injured. Under Wu Quishan's signal, he quickly retreated. Tang Feng won the second battle again. "Lu Fengru, you fight." The next moment, Wu Quishan looked at Lu Fengru. His voice was stern, without a hint of bias. Lu Fengru did not say a word. She quickly rushed out and shouted, "Human Lu Fengru, MCMAU instructor, rank 8 first stage. Trash, come at me." On the other side, another rank, 8 third stage attacked. In the catacombs, the powerhouses were also becoming more cautious and serious. When they fought, they were also more ruthless and decisive. They were also growing. Previously, most of them had not fought with the rebirth martial artists, so they did not know the situation in the land of rebirth. Now, after 2 battles, 2 deaths, these people were even more cautious now. Moreover, many people also knew that Lu Fengru was the Snake King's wife. The Snake King had even sent his wife into battle. Now, even the catacombs felt that if they were to fight with the Snake King and the others, even if they lost, they should at least lose with some dignity. Moreover, if they won and killed the Snake King's wife, it would be a great victory for the divine land. Universe Bao and the others were even more restless, staring at Wu Quishan and the others. Once these people attacked, they would be at a disadvantage in terms of morale. Now he wanted to see if the Snake King would attack when Lu Fengru was in danger. In the crowd, Lu Polu telepathically said, "Lil Wu, why did you let Fengru fight?" After all, Lu Fengru had just entered rank 8. Now that she was facing an experienced rank 8 third stage martial artist, she was surrounded by danger. If this went on, she might be killed by the other party. Of course, there was still hope of escaping. However, in the war between the 2 armies, Wu Quishan was the one who suggested the frontline battle. If Lu Fengru escaped and the catacombs spread the news, the human side's morale would definitely plummet. Lu Polu was helpless. Why send Lu Fengru into battle? There were still many powerhouses here, all of whom could fight. Wu Quishan said calmly, "If my wife doesn't fight, how can I let others die? If my wife doesn't fight, how can the catacombs believe that we humans are sincere and willing to fight? Everyone just watch. It's a good thing if we win, but if we lose, we're not allowed to attack." "Nonsense. If Fong Ping finds out," Wu Quishan said coldly. "I'm the commander-in-chief of the battle at Beihu. Here, I call the shots." Only if Lu Fengru went into battle would this battle of generals continue. Otherwise, if 2 catacombs powerhouses were killed consecutively, this battle might end very quickly. He wanted to continue delaying. Now, the longer he delayed here, the longer Fong Ping's action would take. Otherwise, if a great battle broke out now, once he was entangled, Fong Ping would not be successful at Mount Luofu. If the battle ended quickly, Fong Ping might be exposed, and the entire plan would fail. Over at Beihu's Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, their powerhouses might also be watching the battle in secret, making them focus their attention on him, ignoring the other parties. This was also his goal. Looking at Lu Fengru bleeding in the Grand Canyon, Wu Quishan's gaze was cold, but deep in his eyes there were glistening tears. "Although I don't want to, this is the way of the world. Fengru, you can do it. Everyone in the human race wants to fight. You're no exception. In the past, you were crazy for your daughter. You could ignore everything. But now, you want to fight. You've taken too many benefits. You've obtained too many opportunities from Fong Ping, from rank 6 to rank 8, and you still don't want to fight. As Fong Ping's teacher, if you don't take the lead, who will trust Fong Ping? Others can be afraid to fight, but you can't. The king's teacher should not and must not be afraid to fight. Even if he died in battle, it was to prove to the human race that the king's close friends also dared to die. No exception. You're not Fong Yuan, you're a rank 8 powerhouse." At this moment, many people exclaimed in a low voice. Half of Lu Fengru's body was smashed by the other party's palm. Wu Quishan moved his feet, clenching his fists tightly, but he suppressed the throbbing, forcibly stopping in his tracks. At this moment, a phoenix's cry was heard. In the void, a fiery red phoenix floated in the air, flames erupting. The powerhouse who was about to smash Lu Fengru's head screamed in pain. His mentality burned. Burning mentality, it was too painful. This scream also made the other party's movements stagnate. At this moment, Lu Fengru roared angrily, punching out with an invincible fist force. Invincible fist. Boom! A headless corpse fell to the ground, its mentality completely burned by the phoenix. Lu Fengru snorted coldly. Fan Ping doesn't want to learn my invincible fist. He always thinks that it's invincible in name, but in reality he's useless. Let's see what else he has to say this time. Fan Ping despised the name Invincible Fist, unwilling to learn it. This time, Lu Fengru wanted to let him know that her invincible fist was truly invincible. At this moment in the crowd, Fu Changding took a step into the air, laughing loudly. Since the instructors are flaunting their prowess in front of the battlefield, this student will also show his incompetence. Human Fu Changding, MCMAU student, early stage rank 7. Good friend of the Human King, who wants to kill me. Good friend of the Human King, MCMAU student. At this moment, over at the catacombs, Universe Bao suddenly understood something. Today, those who fought seemed to be related to the Human King. What was Wu Quishan trying to do? Was he still going to fight? 3 rank, 8 powerhouses had died in a row. Even he felt the pinch. However, if he killed the Human King's good friend, the Human King teacher, the land of rebirth's morale would definitely drop. However, at this moment, the royal court's morale was not as good as before. Universe Bao hesitated. However, Jiao said coldly, "Continue. Early stage commanders can't be killed, so the royal court might as well stop fighting. They will lose anyway. If you kill Fang Ping's friends and family, the entire land of rebirth's morale will drop. Killing one person means success." Soon, in the crowd, an upper stage rank 7 martial artist charged out. The battle started again. Blood, energy, vitality. In the Grand Canyon, the battle was getting bloodier. Outside the Grand Canyon, the 50,000 human army was killing non-stop, their battle cries shaking the sky. Every time they won a battle in the Grand Canyon, their morale would soar. Congratulations resounded throughout the North Lake catacombs. Mad Lion Tangfeng, Wu Wudi, Little Gun King Fu Changding, these human powerhouses displayed the undefeatable might of the human race. Fighting above ranks, killing in battle. The more they fought, the braver they became. This was the human race. Among the 50,000 troops, during these battles, celestial bridges suddenly appeared, as well as other tangible objects. One by one, the rank 7 grandmasters rose into the air after breaking through, heading straight for Mount Imperial Sea. High ranks should participate in battles between high ranks. When they broke through, the human race was undefeatable, invincible, and all-conquering. 100 years ago, the human race was in rags, with few martial artists struggling to reach this day. 100 years later, the human race was in the 3 realms. Even if the 3 realms were their enemy, they were not afraid. After 100 years of bloody battles, the human race would rise, fight for a future, fight to carve out a new world, while the humans were opening up new battlefields. In the fake sky grave, Zhang Tao, who was still being carried on Warlord's back, frowned. Warlord sensed it, panting tiredly. "I say, didn't you break out once and kill a true god? Why are you so dispirited again?" "Cut the crap." Zhang Tao rubbed his chin and asked curiously, "How long have we been in here?" "Less than a month. Be more specific." 23 days? Warlord could not remember. He roughly estimated, panting. "You slept with Li Zhu's wife? Why is he always chasing after you?" "Nonsense, his wife. I have to say his wife is quite pretty." Zhang Tao laughed, then quickly coughed. "Don't talk nonsense. His wife was killed by Nan Yunhua back then. If you put it like that, it'll make it sound like Nan Yunhua killed her out of jealousy." Warlord rolled his eyes. "I was just saying it casually, but it's actually a bit of gossip." Zhang Tao ignored him. He looked at the space battlefield in front of him and said, "Quickly, find a place to hide. I'm going into seclusion for a few days." "Seclusion?" Warlord said excitedly. "Are you going to recover from your injuries?" "Nope." Zhang Tao denied it. What injuries? His injuries seemed to be almost healed. What the hell was this? His mentality, which was about to be scrapped, had recently increased crazily. What did this kid Fang Ping do? According to his estimation, in this situation, the human strength had improved a lot. Other things aside, there might be dozens more rank 7s and many rank 8s and 9s. What was going on? How did the humans get so many powerhouses? Is this kid trying to hide it from me? He could have improved before, but when I became the boss, he refused to do it no matter what. After I leave, this kid must show off? Zhang Tao laughed bitterly. He knew he was overthinking. It might be related to Fang Ping's Emperor Path. But this kid had exceeded his expectations too much. He now suspected that after he left, would there be thousands more high ranks in the human race? My injuries are almost healed. I should find a time to integrate the 6 realms. 6 emperor-level powerhouses were willing to sacrifice everything for him to integrate. These days his injuries were serious, and he had no chance to do it. Now maybe there was a chance. As for the Heavenly King, Zhan Wang mentioned, old Zhang was too lazy to care. His origin path was as Fang Ping guessed. It did not go far. Forget 100,000 meters, not even 50,000 meters. However, after integrating the 6 realms, there might be hope to cross 50,000 meters. Fang Ping did not know Zhang Tao's specific strength. Even when old Zhang had an outburst, it was difficult for him to estimate. But Zhang Tao knew clearly in his heart. After advancing from peak to peak of refinement 8, the basic vitality was 260,000 calories. After walking 10,000 meters on the Great Path, the Emperor level would have an increase of 50,000 calories. After walking 9,000 meters, the increase was also 90,000 calories. At the Emperor level, his basic vitality was 400,000 calories. Now that he had walked 30,000 meters on the Great Path, the basic vitality would increase by 20,000 calories every 10,000 meters at the Emperor level. As for Zhang Tao, he had been continuing to hone his body. If he had not reached peak of refinement 9, then there was room for improvement. It was just that it was very difficult. At this moment, his basic vitality was as high as 450,000 calories. Horizontal 10,000 meters, increase by 100%. Vertical 30,000 meters, increase by 220%. Combat techniques, created by himself and most suitable for him, were stronger than Fang Ping's, increase as high as 8%. All in all, his maximum vitality was close to 2 million calories. However, his strength control was not high, a little stronger than Fang Ping, about 85%. Converted to rank 9, his limit was close to 4 million calories, just close to the saint level. According to the data Fang Ping had announced previously, for million calories to 5 million cal were saint level. Therefore, when Zhang Tao's outburst earlier, everyone thought that he had the strength comparable to a saint level. After integrating the 6 realms, the temporary outburst was even comparable to a top-notch powerhouse among the saint level. However, Zhang Tao, who had only walked 30,000 meters on the Great Path, knew his own situation. Even if he integrated the 6 realms, he could walk up to 50,000 meters at most. The basic increase was 40,000 calories. The increase was 20%. The limit was probably about 4 million calories, but it would not reach the strength of a Heavenly King. The reason why suppressing Heavenly King and the others thought so is based on the fact that Zhang Tao really walked 100,000 meters on the Great Path and had a huge increase in vitality. 100,000 meters on the Great Path, according to the previous pattern, could probably increase the basic vitality by 100,000 calories in one go. With the increase, of course, it would be much more. However, Zhang Tao knew in his heart that he did not have this opportunity. After the integration, he might only be a powerhouse among the saint level, and not even the top-notch kind. Whatever, let's integrate first. Zhang Tao did not care about this. When the great path reached 50,000 meters, it would be better than now. Even if he did not become a heavenly king and became a powerhouse among the saint level, it would not be that easy for a heavenly king to kill him. When I really walk 100,000 meters on the great path, I'll kill all of you one by one. Zhang Tao swore in his heart. They did not expect him to recover so quickly, did they? In terms of strength, he was no match for them. In terms of potential, all of you can just follow behind him and eat my farts. Chapter 1051. Old Wu in Beihu was furious. Old Zhang in the fake sky grave was furious. Earth Wisdom, who had left Dong Lin, frowned. Not here. The humans made such a big commotion this time, and they didn't come in? Earth Wisdom was puzzled. Based on her understanding of humans, human powerhouses would come in to fight in this kind of thing. But now, not only were Wang Jinyang and the rest not here, Li Changsheng, who is known as the first rank, 9, was also not here. Where did these people go? The divine sex branch in the human world has been destroyed. It's difficult to send messages now. Earth Wisdom felt a little helpless. Otherwise, the divine sect would be able to quickly receive information about these famous people in the human world. Are they just waiting in the human world, waiting for the results of the battle? Battles had already begun in the southern territories. But even in some territories where some humans were defeated by the catacombs, those people did not come to help. This time, Earth Wisdom was really surprised. Fortunately, the surprise did not last long. Soon, a crystal bead in Earth Wisdom's arms trembled slightly. In the next moment, a voice came from the crystal bead. Sir, there's news from the human world's believers. Fang Ping is still in Magic City, guarding everywhere. The Heavenly Legion and the Department of Investigation are guarding everywhere in Sino Nation. Fang Ping really didn't leave? He didn't leave. Where Longevity Sword and the rest? Longevity Sword and the rest seem to have gone to the 24th Southern Territory to patrol. What about Wang Jinyang and the rest? They seem to have gone with them. Earth Wisdom's eyes flashed with joy. They came together. 24th Southern Territory. Good. The believers who sent the message will be rewarded handsomely. Earth Wisdom was in a good mood. It was not easy for them to still send an important message when the branch was destroyed. Keep an eye on them for me. Once they come out of the 24th Southern Territory, inform me immediately. The Donglin catacombs belong to the 8 Southern Territories. She could not go through Earth. If she went through the catacombs, it would be 16 territories away, almost 200,000 li away. Even if she was powerful, she needed some time. She was worried that they would run away again. Don't worry, sir. Once there's news, I will inform you immediately. The crystal ball was also an innovation of the evil sect. Back then, the evil sect's Grand Pope used this item to contact all parties. The appearance of the sky screen actually came from the crystal ball. The evil cult had arranged for people to be stationed in the outer realm. If anyone from Earth were to enter, they would be able to contact them quickly and relay the news through them. Di Hui didn't say much and quickly rushed toward the 24 southern regions. Di Hui rushed from the 8 southern regions to the 24th regions. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not have to go through so much trouble. At this moment, Fang Ping had once again transformed into Xiaolei, leaving the catacombs in the blink of an eye. Nanmin was quite a distance away from Jingnan, but it was much faster to travel on Earth. Fang Ping was in a hurry. Of course, he had to cross the Earth. In the end, not long after exiting the catacombs, Fang Ping, who was still flying through the air at high speed, suddenly stopped moving. In a city below, many people were gathered in the huge open-air plaza. In the middle of the square, a huge screen was facing a person. The leader of the humans, Fang Ping. Yes, Fang Ping. At this moment, Fong Ping was incomparably awe-inspiring. He said calmly, "Humans must win every war. Now that some catacombs have sent urgent reports, there's no need for everyone to panic. Headquarters has already sealed off a few passageways and evacuated the civilians in the passageways. The catacombs are struggling on their deathbed. We've already won in the North Lake and Donglin catacombs. We've killed countless catacombs powerhouses. They want to cause panic among humans. Wishful thinking. The catacombs won't be able to break the invincible heaven and earth ceiling and locking down invincible defense shroud in a short time. After we've eliminated the catacombs powerhouses in North Lake and Donglin, we'll be able to quell the chaos everywhere." On the screen, Fong Ping was comforting the civilians. Just as Fong Ping exited the catacombs, some catacombs had already sent urgent reports. Nowadays, there were many civilians who practiced martial arts. There were many martial artists. News spread quickly too. The evil sects received news from these people. Fong Ping had made his move. He personally went to the 3 major catacombs, sealed off the passageways, and evacuated the defensive forces in the catacombs. Now the 3 catacombs had been sealed off. Seizing this opportunity, Fong Ping started a live broadcast and began to comfort the civilians. The effect was obviously not bad. In the plaza, although the civilians did not really understand these things, they were cheering one after another. "Minister Fong is invincible. Humans are invincible. Humans will definitely win." Humans had once again gained the upper hand in the 2 major catacombs. Although the other catacombs were dangerous, for Minister Fong, all the dangers were not dangerous. On the television, Fong Ping was talking and eating something. Those with sharp eyes seemed to have noticed what he was eating and were a little surprised. However, there was no rule that said Minister Fong could not eat dried fish. Minister Fong's personal taste problem did not need to be too deep into it. Fong Ping stopped. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Big Cat was still reliable. As for eating something, he did not care too much. He did not expect Big Cat to make a move at this time. It even learned to comfort the civilians. It did better than he expected. Fong Ping was just about to leave. The next moment, he stopped again. On the television, Old Cat felt that it had done its job and even helped the scammer to comfort the people. Now it was time to pay back. After a pause, Old Cat pretended to be dignified and said, "Also, the seal and lock invincible defense barrier I used was passed on to me by a human friend, Old Cat. In recognition of Old Cat's contribution to humans, I have decided to provide Old Cat with 10,000 tons of cat food every month for free." As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Providing cat food? There was such a thing. However, in the next moment, everyone stopped paying attention. It was just cat food. Although 10,000 tons was a lot, cat food was a small matter. Moreover, this was done by the government. It was not their business. In the air, the corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. This cat, what was it doing? Was it necessary? It made it sound like I starved it to death. 10,000 tons of cat food? Could it finish it? Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry about Old Cat promising cat food in front of the public, but he did not care too much. Old Cat had indeed contributed a lot to humans. From what it said, it had even blocked a few passageways this time. This was also a great cover for him. Blocking the passageways for a while was not too difficult. Old Zhang and the others had done it before, using mentality to block the passageways. However, it did not last long and needed to be replenished in time. Fong Ping could do this too, but it would only last for a short time. It was definitely not as strong as Old Cat. Since Old Cat had done it, it saved Fong Ping the trouble. Fong Ping took a look and did not stay any longer. He left quickly. What Fong Ping did not know was that Old Cat did not only talk about the 10,000 tons of cat food. Next, the cat sighed in a roundabout way for a while. It still owed the cat 1 million tons of cat food. When the battle was over, All the companies that produced cat food had to work overtime to pay off the cat's debt. Of course, Fang Ping was not in the mood to care about this. Regardless of whether it was 10,000 tons or a million tons, he would pay if he had it. If he didn't, he would renege on his debt. It was just cat food. It was nothing. It could only be said that this cat had a big appetite. Fang Ping arrived at the catacombs of southern Fujian in no time. Southern Fujian was where Mount Huatong was located. When he saw Fang Ping disguised as Xia Lei, the rank 9 powerhouse guarding this place was slightly surprised. Inspector Xia, Minister Li, and the others have just entered the catacombs for an internal inspection. Could it be that something is about to happen in Nanmin? Fang Ping chuckled. That's not it. It's mainly because Huatongshan is here. The relationship between humans and Huatongshan isn't considered good. Now that the other catacombs are at war, we're also worried that something might happen to Huatongshan. That's why Minister Fang asked me to come and take another look to make sure there's nothing wrong with Huatongshan. Then be careful, Inspector Xia. But Huatong Mountain hasn't been acting strangely recently and has been closing its domain all this time. It shouldn't be that he would go against the humans at this time, right? Just in case. Fang Ping did not say much. He said, quickly, I'll go take a look then. Old Lu, please be more careful here. After a brief conversation with the rank 9 who was in charge, Fang Ping hurried toward the bounded zone. It seemed that the destruction of Luofu Mountain this time was smooth. There were no accidents here either. This was good too. If an accident really happened, even if Old Wang and the rest joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Jueping. Old Wang and the rest could kill Jueping last time because of the existence of Heavenly Emperor Zhan's remnant consciousness. Now that Heavenly Emperor Zhan's remnant consciousness had disappeared, they might not have this chance again. End the battle quickly and destroy Huatongshan. This time the only target left is the void mausoleum Grotto Heaven. They're still fighting there. I hope they can buy me some time. Not only was Fang Ping worried that something might happen there, but he was also worried that something might happen here. It was not like every time before, where he could kill his opponent and still retain a trace of the other party's mentality so that they could not be destroyed. Even if he could hold back, the other party might not do as he wished. The probability of them self-destructing was not small. If Jueping died, the movement would not be small. Other than those in the Forbidden Sea, those who were on land and nearby could sense such changes. Very soon, Fang Ping arrived near the bounded zone. He sensed Old Man Li and the rest's aura. They did not go near the bounded zone, but patrolled nearby. Even if Huatongshan powerhouses knew about it, they would not be surprised. It was inevitable for humans to guard against the major bounded zones attack. Including at North Lake, there were also human powerhouses keeping an eye on the area near the void mausoleum Grotto Heaven to prevent accidents. In reality, they were only there to report. If Jueping really wanted to attack, they could not stop him. Sensing Old Man Li and the rest, Fang Ping quickly transmitted his voice. I'm here. You guys leave quickly. The next moment, Old Man Li replied, Are we leaving now? Do you need help? Why don't we help you guard the outside to prevent people from escaping? Fang Ping thought for a while and said quickly, All right, the few of you don't split up. If there's an accident, join forces and fight. If these few people joined forces, even if they encountered Jueping, they could still resist for a while, let alone kill the enemy. Fang Ping was also worried that something might happen here at Huatongshan. Destroying Luofu Mountain was smooth, but it did not mean that other places would be as smooth. Having said that, Fang Ping did not stay any longer and disappeared instantly. As soon as he left, Old Man Li and the rest looked at each other from afar, shocked. Luofu Mountain was destroyed? Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have arrived so quickly. It was very smooth. Moreover, Fang Ping's strength was beyond imagination. Luofu Mountain was guarded by a Jueping. At this moment, the few of them still did not know that Luofu Mountain did not have one Jueping but two. Huatongshan. below the 10 major grotto heavens, the first of the 36 grotto heavens, compared to Kwokang Mountain, which was the last of the 10 major grotto heavens. Huatongshan's strength was not inferior. Emperor Huatongshan's strength might be slightly stronger than Gong Zhuanzi's. Of course, Gong Zhuanzi's strength back then was in mentality and source world. Martial artists with strong mentality and source world were sturdy and huge. If he was really pulled into the source world by the other party, Emperor Huatongshan might not be Gong Zhuanzi's match. At this moment, Huatongshan was not idle either. Huatongshan knew about the war in the outskirts. This time it was not just a war in one area. Many outskirts were fighting. In the huge main hall of the Sky Palace, the seventh elder who stayed behind at Huatongshan, an old man with white hair and beard, was frowning. Fellow disciples, now that the human world is in turmoil again, Fang Ping initiated a war, the seventh elder side. After the sect leader left, I'm the only one keeping watch in the sect. My strength is not even comparable to true Lord Dizhou. If Dizhou is killed, once Fang Ping targets Huatongshan, we'll be in trouble. Below, a young powerhouse said in a low voice, Seventh Elder, it's better to strike first. Why don't you let me bring Huatong's elite guards to aid the fake dynasty and eliminate the martial artists in the human world? Elder, contact all parties, clarify the pros and cons. Look for opportunities to kill Fang Ping. Then we won't be in such a sorry state. Now, because they were worried that the human world would take revenge, the sect was sealed. However, this was a world of great change. Sealing the mountain gate now would be a big problem. The young man understood that if they did not seize the opportunity to become stronger now, there might not be a chance in the future. Sealing the mountain gate for 1 or 2 days was fine. Did they really have to seal it until the great change came? Master. Below, a young woman said, Eldest senior brother's right. If we continue to seal the mountain now, it's no different than waiting for death. The outer sect demons have sent news that the human martial artists are actually monitoring us outside the sect. The woman said angrily, if this goes on, Huatong's lineage can't leave the mountain. Are we going to stay in the mountain gate like this? Wangu Weiyu and a few other grotto heavens have already sent their disciples out to gain experience. The strong will always be strong. We and the 3 grotto heavens of Luofu have many true gods. Now the human world is still fighting with the fake dynasty. The divine sect has also formed a death grudge with them. Now, the divine sect wants to attack, but is afraid of being ambushed by us, so they dare not act rashly. However, if Master contacts all parties and convinces Luofu, Suling, and a few other places to attack together, killing Fang Ping will be extremely easy. The old man sighed, you're right. However, Netherworld King is still in the dark. If we don't get rid of Netherworld King, who would dare to attack Fang Ping, the divine sect said they want to deal with Netherworld King, but Taoist Feng Yun and Thunder Emperor have not appeared yet. The divine sect is also ambitious. How will they act according to the agreement? No one knows if they are deliberately letting us attack and watching us fight with Netherworld King and Fang Ping. Speaking of Netherworld King, the woman frowned too. However, she quickly said, Master, I'm thinking, is Netherworld King really still in the human world? The old man was puzzled. The woman's eyes darted around. She muttered, everything is just what Fang Ping said. From the beginning to the end, we have never seen Netherworld King. We also have news about the battle that day. Under that kind of situation, Netherworld King, left alone. Would the other parties not have anyone left to suppress Netherworld King? Everyone knows that the human world is our biggest enemy because the human world is the key to the great changes. The woman continued, if that's the case, why would they let Netherworld King stay and strengthen the human world's forces? Also, the previous list of the human world is full of mistakes. True Lord Earthly Zhou is not on the list. As far as I know, there are also a few mistakes. This means that the list is not reliable. As the woman spoke, she said in a low voice, "So, I suspect that everything is a cover. Netherworld King is not in the two worlds at all." But when the list was released earlier, that kind of power can't be done unless it's an emperor level, the woman laughed. Master, as long as the arrangements are done properly and Fong Ping has the divine peeking mirror, it's not impossible. I've checked some of Fong Ping and Netherworld King's stories. If Netherworld King is really in the human world, I think Fong Ping will only be more domineering than he is now. You're saying Netherworld King is not in the human world at all? The old man's eyes flickered. If that was the case, everyone was deceived by Fong Ping? Right now, all parties were reluctant to join forces, unwilling to be the first bird to stand out. 80% of the reason was because of Netherworld King, a hidden emperor-level powerhouse. This was a point that everyone was extremely worried about. But what if Netherworld King was not here? In the huge human world, Fong Ping was the only one. Fong Ping, on the other hand, had many divine weapons, divine peeking mirror, God-slaying saber. This was not a good thing. In fact, he was a thorn in all party sides. However, everyone was afraid. However, if it was confirmed that Netherworld King had also left, thinking of this, the old man muttered, "Now that those who know about what happened that day have already entered the heavenly cemetery, it's difficult to prove it. However, if the human world is in danger and Netherworld King still does not appear, it means that Netherworld King is really not here." The old man thought for a while and said, "I will negotiate with the divine sect and quickly find out whether Netherworld King is here or not. You guys don't have to worry. If Netherworld King is really not here, after we kill Fong Ping, the human world will be everyone's training ground." The old man laughed. "I heard that the human world's Taoism is loosening. If everyone goes to the human world to train, perhaps you can break through realms very quickly and achieve the position of a true god. Now, it's not just us who are watching the human world. Beyond Avalon, other grotto heavens, overseas immortal islands, actually see the human world as the best place to train. In the future, the human world will be the important place for everyone to break through realms, turning the human world into the Azura domain, the important place for everyone to break through realms. This is also something that everyone is willing to do. The human world was very important. At least it was really important now. Powerhouses from all sides wanted to train there. There, powerhouses from all sides would gather, establish a branch of the sect, recruit disciples, let the human world bloom, and turn it into a heavenly realm to break through realms. This was actually someone's plan a long time ago. It was just that it was somewhat unexpected. First it was King Wu, then it was Fong Ping, shattering everyone's beautiful dreams time and time again. Otherwise, according to the plan, the human world now would be the battlefield of the ancient people. Breaking through realms in the catacombs was very difficult. In the human world, perhaps after a few killings, one could achieve Tao. Hearing the old man say this, everyone was also extremely happy. The young man who spoke earlier said arrogantly, "Elder, outside the sect, there are a few human martial artists spying on us. Why don't you let me bring some people to kill them?" Li Changxing is known as the first among rank 9, but that was ranked by Fong Ping. I don't believe that Li Changxing is stronger than us. Even Ling Xiao is only rank 2nd, and Ling Xiao was a true god powerhouse back then. The old man laughed. "There's no rush. We can't move now. If we move, Huatangshan will become a target in the human world. We will make a move, but we won't be a sandpiper. If we don't move, we will definitely kill him. If Fong Ping doesn't die, killing Li Changxing won't have much effect. It will only add to Huatangshan's troubles." The young man was a little disappointed. Beside him, the woman said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother's combat strength is unparalleled. Fong Ping is a junior. How would he know how strong senior brother is? It's funny that Fong Ping only ranked senior brother 15th on the list. He's a short-sighted person." The woman smiled like a flower and continued, Hua Tongshan's relentless sword was as famous as Ling Xiao that year. When senior brother became famous, Wei Yu, Jiang Kuei, and the others were still children. How could they be above senior brother? At this moment, the old man above frowned slightly. Someone, go and see what's happening at the end of the spirit spring. I think I sense something unusual. Yes, elder. Very soon. Someone went to carry out the order. The old man waited for a moment, his mentality spreading out. He quickly retracted it. He was a little paranoid, but he did feel something unusual just now. At the same time, Fong Ping hid in the void, squeezing the meatball in his hand. I was almost tricked by you guys. A true god is a true god indeed. You can still cause trouble for me even at this time. Fong Ping transmitted his voice, then laughed. Luckily, I discovered it quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome this time. Say, if I don't kill you now, will you guys have a chance to turn things around? I've watched TV and novels. If the villain doesn't kill the protagonist will escape from death. After that, they will have many miraculous encounters and finally kill the villain, killing the devil. Am I, the devil, nurturing a tiger that will cause trouble? Fong Ping transmitted his voice with a smile. Yes, he was a devil now. Third elder and ninth elder, with a typical template of the protagonist. The sect was destroyed, leaving behind a wisp of mentality. If they turned things around, killed him, and strengthened the sect, would that not be a good story? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he deserved to die. It's a pity. I'm a little strong. Both of you, wait for the opportunity with peace of mind. If you rebel now, I'll kill you straight away. You won't have a chance to turn things around. If you want to cause trouble, you have to wait until I'm injured or defeated. That's a good opportunity, isn't it? Fong Ping taught them by example. He laughed. Or wait until I sneak into the other party's side. Then you guys cause trouble. That'll be even more dangerous. Now that you've come to cause trouble, you've attracted my attention. Both of you, your IQ is really low. You don't have enough forbearance. Fong Ping sneered and said quickly, not too strong. It seems that Huatongshan is still inferior to Luofu Mountain. There's only one paragon in the sect. I'm confident that I can defeat him head-on. This assassination, he's dead for sure. Both of you, I'll try to let him meet up with you later. You haven't seen an old friend for so many years. I'm afraid that you'll miss him too much. Fong Ping teased them for a while and relaxed. When the paragon withdrew his mentality, he flashed and rushed toward the heavenly palace. After killing this paragon, the others were nothing to worry about. Next, he just had to focus on dealing with the void mausoleum grotto heaven. As for the evil sects, they might not be able to make it this time. They were lucky. He would settle the score with them after destroying the 3 major territories. Fong Ping felt that the evil sects would not make it this time. He even felt that many of his arrangements were useless. At this moment, true Lord Earth wisdom was getting closer and closer to the southern 24 regions. Along the way, true Lord Earth wisdom's speed was extremely fast. He was also excited. Wang Jinyan and the other 2 had entered the southern 24 regions. This time, they might be able to obtain 3 divine weapons. How could true Lord Earth wisdom not be excited? Chapter 1052. Impersonating someone else to get close to him. That's going to be difficult. Fong Ping was still thinking of ways to get close to him. On Hua Tongshan's side, however, most of them were gathered in the main hall. The rest of the weaklings who were not qualified to get close to the paragon. These guys are having a meeting. When will it end? Fong Ping was hiding under the arch bridge outside the main hall, eavesdropping on their discussion. In the hall, a rank 9 youth was flirting with a woman, bad-mouthing him. That relentless sword guy was very arrogant, saying that the human world was not worth mentioning, and that he should find a chance to kill him. After listening for a while, Fong Ping's gaze flickered. The other party wanted to test Li Zhen's presence. As expected, As time went by, someone noticed something unusual. That won't do. Commander Lee is something I use to scare people. Without Commander Lee hiding in the dark, some things will be very difficult to do. After this, I have to find a way to make Commander Lee reveal his whereabouts. Fong Ping was getting impatient as he thought about it. This could not go on. These guys were very talkative. Who knew when the meeting would end? Do I have to kill him? Fong Ping felt that the other party had a vitality close to 1,000,000. In terms of ability, he was about the same as Fong Ping. It was not easy to kill an opponent about the same level. Accidents might happen if he killed him by force. Fong Ping was confident that he could exhaust him to death. The key was that the other party did not want to waste time with him. It's a pity that my materialization has merged with the source world. I can't trap people anymore. No, maybe I can try to separate it. If I can materialize it again or merge it, it'll be much more convenient. His Sun City could not be materialized now. After merging with the source world, it was almost one. However, Fong Ping did not have time to experiment. He had tried a few times before, but it did not work. He guessed that he would have to wait until Sun City had completely merged with him. Part of Sun City was still an illusion now. It had not been merged. What should I do? Fong Ping was anxious. He was in a hurry. Got it. Fong Ping's silhouette flickered and disappeared. In the main hall, Elder Seven's eyes flashed with suspicion again. Was there a commotion outside? Why did he feel uneasy today? While he was thinking, someone exclaimed in the distance. Soon, someone shouted, "The demonic beasts of the myriad demon garden are rioting." Almost all grotto heavens and blessed lands had places where demons were kept. Some were used as ornaments, some were used as mounts, and some were simply raised to be killed and eaten. Huatong Mountain's myriad demon garden also reared some demons, but they weren't very strong and had always been very docile. Why did they suddenly rebel? The seventh elder scanned the area with his psychic sense and snorted. His pressure burst forth, and the 10,000 demon garden, which was dozens of miles away, instantly fell silent. Absolute intimidation. Just as he finished intimidating them, the demons suddenly rioted again. At this moment, he actually ignored the pressure of the absolute centipede. The one in charge of guarding Myriad Demon Garden was a rank 7 martial artist. At this moment, he panicked again. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with the demons. It seems like their spiritual consciousness has been damaged. Hearing this, the seventh elder could no longer sit still. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian soared into the sky and rushed over. Seeing this, the others also hurried over. After a while, the seventh elder rushed over. His spiritual power erupted and swept in all directions. A large number of demons were crushed to death. The others also began to quiet down. At this moment, the martial artist, guarding at the side, also heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the seventh elder, he bowed and said, "Greetings, elder! What's going on?" Just as the seventh elder said that, he suddenly felt that something was not right. What was wrong? The seventh elder still had not figured it out. Beside him, the woman also frowned, looking at the martial artist guarding. Something was wrong. Yes, there was actually no problem with Fong Ping calling him elder. The other party was a real elder. However, the guy guarding Myriad Demon Garden was the disciple of one of the seventh elder's disciples. Usually, when they saw him, they would call him Grandmaster. Just now, although the few of them felt a little awkward, they really did not realize anything. At this moment, the martial artist that Fong Ping was disguised as seemed to know that something had gone wrong. Without another word, he slashed with his saber. The speed was extremely fast. The seventh elder had just felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he reacted extremely quickly, retreating rapidly, stepping through the void. Uft! Fong Ping's slash was slightly off target. The other party's arm fell off. His face was full of fear, but he did not suffer a serious injury. At this moment, the moment Fong Ping closed his eyes, there was no time for him to waste. The moment Fong Ping broke in, the god-slaying saber slashed at the other party's dao. Crack! A crack appeared, but it was not cut off. Fong Ping did not stay any longer. Appearing in a flash in the blink of an eye, holding the saber, he broke through the air as if he had teleported. You are... The seventh elder did not even have the chance to speak. Fong Ping attacked aggressively, taking advantage of his weakness to take his life. He did not expect things to go smoothly all the time. Fortunately, this elder was not too powerful. He was only on par with him. Moreover, Fong Ping had the upper hand. First, he cut off one of his arms, not giving him a chance to recover. Then he injured his origin. Under the superposition, the other party's combat strength was also greatly reduced. You are Fong Ping. At this moment, a shocked and angry voice rang out. It came from the relentless sword. Fong Ping did not even bother with it. Instead, a saber glare swept over. Uft! The other party did not even have time to dodge and was directly cut in half by the saber glare. At this moment, only then did Fong Ping let out a humph. Trash, who are you fighting with? You still want to kill me? Kill old Manly. If you don't have a mirror at home, can't you go to someone else's house and look in the mirror? Everyone was stunned. At this moment, the woman who had been speaking with confidence and composure suddenly let out a scream. Her senior was dead, killed by Fong Ping's saber glare. Endless fear rose within her. At this moment, the only thought in the woman's mind was to run. However, Fong Ping did not care at all in this battle. Rumble. The aftermath of the battle reached them. These people were too close to them. Two peerless powerhouses engaged in a life and death battle, and these people actually came within a few dozen meters. Of course, they could not be blamed. It could only be said that Fong Ping's intrusion was too unexpected. At such a close distance, even a rank 9 would die if touched by the aftermath of the battle between two powerhouses. Not to mention, Fong Ping did it on purpose. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the woman was blasted into pieces directly. The two people who were chatting in the hall just now died in an instant. At this moment, Fong Ping also laughed. A bunch of trash. Do you think you are worthy of mentioning my name? Old things surrender now. I won't kill you. Otherwise, you will die today without a doubt. The seventh elder's eyes were ice cold. He gritted his teeth and said, Fong Ping, I, Huatongshan, have no grudges against you. Do you believe it yourself? Fong Ping erupted quickly. The god-slaying saber technique condensed into a long vitality dragon, quickly entangling the other party. He roared, Do you want Huatongshan to die? I have no intention of killing you. This time, I'm only here to seek cooperation. Humph. The seventh elder almost died of anger. Cooperation? How could there be such cooperation? He sneaked in and attacked him directly. If it were not for his good luck, he might have been severely injured by Fong Ping in an instant. Now he actually said cooperation. Fong Ping shouted, Don't doubt me. Strength is the basis of cooperation. I have already reached an agreement with Luofu Mountain. The two Luofu Mountain elders, third elder and ninth elder, have agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, two tokens appeared in front of Fong Ping. This is the proof given to me by the two Luofu Mountain elders. Proof of cooperation. Old man, you really don't want to consider it? The seventh elder, who was suppressed by him, had a slight change of expression. It was true. This kind of true god-level elder token would never be given to an outsider easily. The two Luofu Mountain elders. He did not know that third elder was still alive, but Fong Ping knew. Did this guy really reach an agreement with Luofu Mountain? Very soon, the seventh elder's expression changed slightly. Or did he ambush Luofu Mountain? Fong Ping said loudly, Old man, the two Luofu Mountain elders are extremely powerful. They have agreed to rend together. Are you still not going to agree? The hatred between you and us humans is because your sect leader attacked the martial king. But this is nothing. In the face of benefits, everything is worth it. Fang Ping said loudly. Do you know why Luofu Mountain agreed to cooperate? Fang Ping said to himself, first, to eradicate the threat of the divine sect. Second, the divine sect has the remains of the celestial emperor. His Tao has not disappeared. He can inherit the celestial emperor's Tao. This is absolutely true. If it's false, I will never become an emperor in this life. If you don't believe me, you can find a way to verify it. It's absolutely true. Because of this, the divine sect is powerful. We can't let them become more powerful. We must destroy everything. Fang Ping's attack speed slowed down. He snorted coldly. If I can destroy you, then I will. If I can't, then I'll cooperate. It's that simple. If you don't have the strength, then you deserve to die. If you have the strength, then you can cooperate and get a share. The law of the jungle was fully explained by Fang Ping. If he could kill, then he would kill. If he could not, then he would cooperate. Elder Seven's eyes moved slightly. Fang Ping slowed down his attack. He was much more relaxed. At this moment, he was panting slightly. You stop first. We can talk about the cooperation later. Huatong Mountain was his base after all. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to escape and give up this base. There seemed to be room for negotiation on Fang Ping's side now. However, he was not stupid. He did not dare to believe it completely. However, the two Luofu Mountain powerhouses were stronger than him. He thought about it. Even if Fang Ping sneaked in, he might not have the chance to attack them. Their cooperation might not be fake. Moreover, there were two people's auras on the Elder's order. If a true god died, their auras would dissipate. The Elder's order would also dim. In that case, the two of them did not die. Since they did not die, it meant that there was a possibility of cooperation. The divine sect had the remains of the celestial emperor. There was the celestial emperor's Tao. This was the first time he found out about this. It was also extremely unexpected. You can stop. Fang Ping smiled. But I have to say this first. Those who were killed were unlucky. Don't expect me to pay you a dime. Of course. Seventh Elder regained his composure. Even if he wanted to kill Fang Ping, he still smiled. The King of Man is here. They spoke ill of him. It's normal for them to be killed. Even if one of them was his disciple, that was nothing. If Fang Ping continued to fight him, Huatong Sky Palace would be destroyed. At this moment, Fang Ping's attack speed was getting slower and slower. The seventh Elder also slowly retreated. He had finally passed this hurdle. He did not expect Fang Ping to sneak into Huatong Mountain. He must be careful next time. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly looked behind him and shouted. He agreed to cooperate. The two of you don't attack. At this moment, Seventh Elder's fear was at its peak. Behind him, there were two rather familiar auras. Luofu Mountain's third Elder and ninth Elder. He was almost scared out of his wits. These two people were stronger than him. Now that they suddenly appeared behind him, how could he not be afraid? Fang Ping roared, "Come to me." A minute, he agreed to cooperate. Seventh Elder did not want to care. He only wanted to escape. He was no match for the two people behind him. He did not dare to approach Fang Ping. However, at this moment, two auras, one on the left and one on the right, were chasing him from both sides. He had nowhere to run. He could only go to the front, where Fang Ping was. This old man agrees to cooperate. Seventh Elder let out a roar and ran toward Fang Ping at top speed. Was it not enough for him to agree to cooperate? 3 powerhouses had actually arrived at Huatong Mountain, but he did not know about it. It was too scary. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression changed again. It was full of shock and anger. Seeing this, Seventh Elder became even more terrified. What were the two people behind him doing? He did not have time to look or observe. His only thought was to escape. However, at this moment, Fang Ping suddenly smiled strangely and then closed his eyes. Under his shocked gaze, his eyes went blank for a moment. In the next moment, on Origin Dao, Fong Ping waved his Chang Dao wildly, slashing wildly. After slashing for a while, Fong Ping quickly fled. Seventh Elder opened his eyes. They were full of anger. Fong! As soon as he said that, Fong Ping revealed a look of fear again. This time, Seventh Elder did not believe it. He firmly guarded his mentality and will, fleeing toward Fong Ping's side again. However, the next moment he was stunned. At this moment, Fong Ping stretched out his hand and beckoned. A meatball fell into his hand. At this moment, two heads grew out of the meatball. One was Third Elder, the other was Ninth Elder. Both of their faces were full of resentment and anger. Seventh Elder was stunned. He was really stunned. In the moment when he was a little distracted, Fong Ping actually broke into Origin Dao again and slashed with his saber again. Crack! After being slashed 3 times in a row with a crack, Dao collapsed. At this moment, Fong Ping panted heavily and scolded. Such poor mental quality. Useless. I was just bluffing. A paragon was actually so easily frightened. It was easy for him to say that. Right now, 2 Emperor-level auras suddenly appeared behind him. Did he dare to turn around and look? Right now, 2 Emperor-level heads suddenly appeared in front of him. They were even turned into meatballs by someone. The fellow holding the meatball was his enemy. How could he not be afraid? There was nothing wrong with Seventh Elder's reaction. The problem was this fellow Fong Ping shamelessly used these 2 people as pawns. After 3 times, Fong Ping actually slashed off a section of Dao. Seventh Elder's aura instantly declined. Fong Ping was also a master who took advantage of his weakness to take his life. At this moment, his combat strength was fully unleashed, incomparably crazy. He quickly closed in, brandishing his saber wildly. One after another, vitality dragons shot out from the god-slaying saber, entangling Seventh Elder tightly. In the midst of Seventh Elder's roar, Fong Ping raised a saber and was about to slash him. Seventh Elder had just condensed all his strength to resist when Fong Ping suddenly stopped and once again broke into the other party's Dao and slashed. Seventh Elder was about to go crazy. Fong Ping could actually break into his Dao so easily. For times, Fong Ping had too many tricks up his sleeves. Coupled with the divine weapon that slashed his Dao, it was really like adding wings to a tiger, incomparably powerful. After struggling for a while with a crack, another section of the road was broken. Fong Ping. Seventh Elder's resentful voice came out. The aura on his body condensed to the extreme. He was actually forced to self-destruct. Right now, his aura was declining. It was difficult for him to even run. He did not want to be like the 2 from Mount Luofu, becoming a puppet in Fong Ping's hands. He, who had the same combat strength, encountered Fong Ping and was almost played by Fong Ping, forcing him to self-destruct. Fong Ping's battle achievements were enough to shock the 3 realms. He wanted to self-destruct, but Fong Ping was frowning. This self-destruction would not only cause a commotion of the fall of an absolute peak, but Mount Huatong would also be destroyed. The commotion would be too big. I won't kill you. Your life is not as valuable as Mount Huatong. Hand over all your treasures, and I'll send you to the Sky Cemetery. Do you think I will? The Sky Cemetery is fake. I was the one who made it. The 9 Emperor seals were thrown in by Tsang Mao. Seventh Elder was stunned again. Fong Ping roared, Li Zhen is not in the human world. He is in Tsang Mao. His mind was shaken. Seventh Elder only felt that he was like a child today, too easily frightened. However, the big news that came one after another really shocked him. The Sky Cemetery was fake. Li Zhen was really not here. Tsang Mao was in the human world. As for Fong Ping, he seized this opportunity and shamelessly entered his origin Dao again. This time it was the origin world. Fong Ping's world descended instantly, smashing Seventh Elder's world into pieces. Fong Ping, I will no longer Seventh Elder went crazy. He wanted to say that he would no longer believe Fong Ping. He was dumbfounded. He was actually shocked by Fong Ping. However, at this moment, Fong Ping once again disappeared from his origin world. In the next moment, he grabbed his head and crushed it with a crack. A punch blasted out, scattering the opponent's gathered energy. Fong Ping's speed was too fast. This was also related to Seventh Elder's heavy injuries. He was actually unable to resist. Fong Ping blasted his flesh and grabbed his mentality in an instant. He kept hacking with the god-slaying saber, leaving behind a small piece of mentality. He grabbed it and forcefully pressed it into the meatball. At this moment, Fong Ping seemed to be a little exhausted. It was too dangerous. This guy almost self-destructed. He was depressed. He was actually afraid of the enemy self-destructing. However, he had to admit that he had made history. He, a non-absolute peak, had captured 3 desperation powerhouses alive. Captured alive. Defeating them was the easiest. Killing them was very difficult. Capturing them alive was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even an emperor level might not have the confidence to capture a paragon alive. Today, Fong Ping did it. Moreover, he had taken care of 3 at once. At this moment, there was an additional head on the meatball. 3 heads. Seventh Elder's expression was the same as the 2 from Mount Luofu. Resentment, unwillingness, anger. However, Fong Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just the 3 of you. I'll go directly to the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven and set off fireworks. The 3 of you don't fight for territory. It's fine with 3 heads, but it'll be difficult with 4. After saying that, Fong Ping's speed was extremely fast. One after another, his indestructible clones appeared. He himself was also extremely fast, killing those Huatongshan powerhouses who were escaping. The screams were endless. This time, Fong Ping did not do what he did at Mount Luofu. His fight with Seventh Elder earlier had caused quite a commotion. It would easily attract the attention of some powerhouses. Although he and Seventh Elder were fighting in the bounded domain, he still had to be on his guard. Fong Ping went all out. Dealing with these martial artists who were below the paragon level was a piece of cake. At this moment, someone seemed to want to open a passageway to escape to the human world. However, Fong Ping had long sensed the spatial fluctuations. He quickly rushed over and killed everyone. Fong Ping glanced at the passageway that had opened a gap. He seemed to have sensed Earth's aura. He frowned slightly. As expected, these places all had passageways that led to Earth. Usually it was just that they were not opened. Once they were opened, it would be hard for people to notice if they suddenly entered Earth. However, Fong Ping also sensed something. Opening the passageway consumed a lot of energy. This required the support of this formation. If the bounded domain was destroyed and this place was blown up, these passageways would naturally disappear and could not be opened again. I'll blow up Mount Luofu and this place later. At this moment, Fong Ping had already killed all the Huatongshan powerhouses. He was ready to start collecting the spoils. Naturally, the main hall was the first. Fong Ping's storage ring and space, including the Combat Heavenly Palace, were almost full. However, Fong Ping was not worried. He continued to expand the space. His wealth would increase later anyway. At this moment, Fong Ping's wealth was still around 40 billion. Fong Ping was also extremely generous. He directly used up 10 billion points to expand the space by 200,000 cubes first. He could almost take away the compressed main hall. After taking away the main hall, naturally there would be wealth. Fong Ping expanded the storage space. At this moment, the storage space was as high as 2 million cubes. Fong Ping's big hand swept, compressing the main hall madly. He compressed the main hall into a metal block and threw it directly into the storage space. After waiting for a while, Fong Ping was just about to continue collecting the spoils. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. His wealth did not move. What's wrong? Delayed. Fong Ping scanned his surroundings quickly. There was also an old antique in Huatongshan. After scanning for a while, he did not find anything unusual. What's going on? Fong Ping's gaze changed. I'm in danger. What danger? Where did it come from? Nearby, there was a powerhouse that could threaten his life, and it was hostile toward him. Who is it? Fong Ping's heart trembled. An accident had happened. Who was nearby? If it was not within the bounded domain, could it be outside? At this moment, Fong Ping dared not break the wall to investigate. He had to be careful. At the same time, in the void near Old Man Li and the others in a crack, Earth Wisdom frowned slightly, looking toward the bounded domain. She had rushed over and was ready to attack Li Changxing and the others. But she suddenly sensed an unusual aura fluctuation coming from the bounded domain. Where Huatongshan was, it seemed a little unstable, although they were separated by the bounded domain and the Forbidden Sea tributary. Earth Wisdom still sensed that something was wrong. Something happened to Huatongshan. Earth Wisdom hid in the dark, not in a hurry to attack. Right now, Wang Jinyang and the others had not discovered her. It was not difficult for her to take care of these people. She was worried about unforeseen events. What happened to Huatongshan? Was it related to Wang Jinyang and the others? These people were paying attention now, and they looked nervous. Earth Wisdom's gaze flickered slightly. She quickly took out her crystal bead and sealed off the surroundings. She asked, "Is Fong Ping really still in the human world?" "Sir, he is, and he's even doing a live broadcast to appease the humans. Did Li Jin appear?" "No." Earth Wisdom frowned. "Li Jin? It could not be. If it was Li Jin, she would have to leave immediately." However, she did not notice Li Jin's appearance here. The Thunder Protector was always at the end. It was impossible that he did not react at all, right? What the hell is going on? While Fong Ping was worried, Earth Wisdom was also frowning. Chapter 1053. Global High Martial Arts. S keyboard is broken. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1054. Inside Huatong Mountain. Fong Ping was wary. Outside Huatong Mountain, Earth Wisdom was also a little nervous. In the mountains, Fong Ping did not dare to expand the storage space anymore. Right now, he still had 30 billion wealth points. Initially, he wanted to continue expanding the space and take away the treasures in Huatong Mountain. But now that he had used up all his wealth, he was in big trouble. There are experts outside the mountain. Who's here? The other party should have discovered me. Then, isn't old Wang and the others in danger? Fong Ping gritted his teeth. He could not wait any longer. Since his wealth did not increase, it meant that the other party must have noticed him, or rather, realized his existence. Old Man Li and the rest were still outside. Even he was threatened. This meant that the other party was at least stronger than he was now. Catacombs powerhouses? Evil sect martial artists? A grandmaster's martial artist? Fong Ping was not sure, but he was too lazy to think about it. He had to get out. Fong Ping did not go through the main entrance. Just like how he came, he continued to drill underground. Just as Fong Ping dug into the ground and entered the Forbidden Sea, where Old Man Li and the others were. In the sky, earthly wisdom confirmed that Fong Ping was still in the human world, comforting the people. At this moment, it gradually eased up a little. It shouldn't be the Nether King. If it's the Nether King, he is stronger than me. He should have already sensed me. There is no need for the Nether King to fear me, she had thought it through. Even if there was someone stirring up trouble inside, their strength should not be as strong as hers. The other party probably didn't even notice him. Could it be that he's not a martial artist of the human world? Are people from other forces here? Earth Wisdom looked at Huatongshan again. There was a faint aura of death coming from Huatongshan. She was powerful and had a keen sense of life. Hua Tongshan's side was less lively than before. She had seen this scene before, which meant that someone had died. Earth Wisdom watched for a while longer before looking at the people below. Let's not care about that for now. Since Huatong Mountain's Tao did not collapse, it meant that the true god guarding it was still alive. Perhaps it was just an internal problem. He didn't have to think too much about it. At this moment, what he needed to do was to capture these people. The 3 divine artifacts were right under his nose. Earth Wisdom decided to ignore Huatongshan and take down these people first. She was eager to make a move. Underground, Yao Qingjuan's eyes flickered. Among the 4 of them, his psyche power was the strongest, close to 10,000 hertz. At this moment, he felt a faint sense of danger. It was as if a primordial beast was staring at them. Lao Wang. Yao Qingjun chuckled. Fang Ping made a copy of the atlas of all the peak-level ancient skills of mankind and gave it to you. Where did you hide it? There was a strange look in Wang Jinyang's eyes. All the ultimate techniques. Anyone would be tempted by these words. There were many experts who had emerged from the pinnacle of humanity. Most importantly, Fang Ping did not do this. Wang Jinyang thought to himself, but he smiled and said, "What are you doing? You want it. It's not necessarily a good thing to have too many absolute arts. When you reach the peak, you can comprehend by analogy. It's still too early for us to come into contact with it." As he said that, he smiled and said, "The absolute art is not with me. If I carry this thing with me and get killed, wouldn't that be letting the humans' absolute art leak? Cut the crap. Where did you put it? Lend it to me later. Recently, I feel like I'm about to step into the origin Tao. Perhaps it can be used as a reference." At the side, Li Hansong grinned and chuckled. "Yeah, lend it to us later. Tell me the truth. Did you really not bring it with you?" "No." Wang Jinyang smiled. "What's the hurry? How about this? We'll keep an eye on them for a while. When we get back later, I'll bring it to you. There's nothing to keep an eye on here. Huatongshan is as timid as a mouse. He wouldn't dare to provoke us. It's fine if old Yao didn't say it, but now that he said it, I'm itching." Li Hansong grinned. "Why don't we go back now? We won't leave the catacombs. We'll wait for you there. When you get the absolute art back, we'll wait for you in South Min City. The mission won't be delayed." Old Wang scolded him jokingly. "You can't even wait for a while? That thing can't be brought into the catacombs casually. If someone finds out and takes it away, we'll be in big trouble." "What trouble? Who knows we have this? Do you think Instructor Li is easy to deal with? If the absolute art doesn't come, who can take away our things?" Li Hansong laughed. Hurry up. Let's go. Must go." This place was prone to trouble. They still did not know what was going on with Fang Ping. When old Yao spoke, they realized that it might be troublesome. Whether or not there were any unforeseen events, they had to leave this place first to prevent Fang Ping from falling into an encirclement. All the absolute art was right in front of them. Was there someone in the dark? No idea. It would be best if there was none. If there was, even Emperor level would be tempted, because at this moment Old Manly laughed. "Minister Zhang's and Commander Li's absolute arts are both here. I've seen them before. Commander Li's sky-piercing sword is slightly better. Minister Zhang's absolute art is too complicated. I really can't understand it." Old Man Li continued. "Since both of them are interested, Jinyang, go back and bring it in for a look. It's not a big deal. Right now, those absolute arts are paying attention to Beihu and Donglin. I'll be here. It'll be fine. Since Instructor Li has said so, there's nothing more to say." Wang Jinyang laughed. "If it's really lost, Instructor Li, you'll have to take responsibility. Jean Beak." Old Man Li scolded jokingly. He moved immediately, saying as he walked, "Looks like Huatongshan won't dare to interfere this time. That's good too. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome for Fang Ping to enter." They talked as they walked, flying toward the passageway. In the dark, Earthly Wisdom, who was about to attack, suddenly stopped. Humanity's absolute art? Everyone's. Martial kings? Pluto's? Earthly wisdom wanted to scream in her heart. She had long heard that human powerhouses would often impart their absolute arts to others. She did not expect that martial King Pluto and the others would spread their absolute arts so casually. Fong Ping too. He had compiled them into books and handed them all to Wang Jinyang, who was martial king. He was an absolute powerhouse who had killed an emperor-level powerhouse. Even saints and heavenly kings would be tempted by his absolute arts, let alone emperor-level powerhouses. Earthly wisdom's murderous intent vanished instantly. These people did not leave the boundary. Instead, they wanted to bring the absolute arts in for a look. These people were too daring. The people below were not moving fast. They seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. The boundary zone was thousands of miles away from South Min City. They were traveling at a normal speed. At this speed, it would probably take them 2 to 3 hours to return. Earthly wisdom was anxious and hesitant. Soon she made up her mind. Wait a while. Wait for them to get the absolute arts before attacking. Don't tell me they've discovered me. Earthly wisdom suddenly had this thought, but she quickly shook her head slightly. Her ability was much stronger than theirs. How could she be discovered by them? If they were discovered, once all 4 of them were about to leave, she would attack. If only Wang Jinyang left, it meant that these people had not discovered her at all. When they returned to South Min City, everything would be clear. She was thinking. At the same time, Wang Jinyang and the other 3 continued to chat. They were not in a hurry. They did not use voice transmissions either. They dared not use voice transmissions. Although it was difficult to break their mentality barrier and eavesdrop on their conversation in desperation, it was not impossible. Emperor-level powerhouses had this ability. They could do it without a sound. Fong Ping also had this ability. He could shield his own mentality fluctuations. No matter what, the few of them were just in case. They chatted about some irrelevant things such as North Lake, East Forest. They would not go to South Min City. They had to stop at a distance of 300 miles from South Min City. I hope it's not Emperor level. It's best if there's no one. If there's really someone, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble this time. They thought about this in their hearts, but they did not show any signs of abnormality. They continued on their way. Not long after they left, Fong Ping's silhouette flashed and disappeared at the place where they had stopped. At the place where earthly wisdom tore open the void, Fong Ping's mentality fluctuated slightly. His nose twitched, his eyes showing anxiety. A powerhouse had come, and he was still following Old Wang and the rest. He sensed Old Wang and the rest's aura, but earthly wisdom had restrained his aura and hidden the void. His mentality was stronger than his. The other party had deliberately concealed their whereabouts, so he could not sense it clearly. Of course, he could still sense it. Fong Ping had already sensed the fluctuations in the void. Someone was wandering in the void near Old Wang and the rest. Controlling space is easier than me. The other party's ability is at least Paragon, rank 5. Fong Ping was worried. He dared not delay. He carefully restrained all his aura and quickly followed. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping suddenly appeared. Chasing behind might not be a good thing. Maybe I can block in front. Fong Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Old Wang and the rest might have discovered something. They were now heading toward South Min City. Maybe he could go to the middle area and do something. Powerhouses would usually be on guard. Sneaking an attack from behind might not be a good choice. Yes, block the way. At the thought of this, Fong Ping quickly broke through the air, turned a corner, and rushed forward. According to his speculation, even if Old Wang and the rest returned, they would not go to the human city. If he ran another 300 kilometers or so, he would be able to avoid some trouble. 5 minutes later, Fong Ping's figure flashed and appeared in a royal city. South Min City had not experienced many wars in recent years. There were many powerhouses, and the city's combat strength was strong enough. This was a Destiny royal city. The city lord and the city's guardian monster seemed to be resting underground. Fong Ping's speed was extremely fast. He ignored everything and appeared directly in the underground mineral vein. At this moment, in the core area of the underground mineral vein, a man and a pig appeared. The guardian monster of this royal city was a porcupine-like monster with a huge body. At this moment, it was lying on the ground, absorbing energy from all directions. Beside it, a figure sat cross-legged on the ground, also absorbing energy and cultivating. This was a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter the seclusion grounds of 2 rank 9s. There was no need for a defense system here. If a rank 9 martial artist came near them, they could also sense it instantly. If a paragon came, then they might as well wait for death. There was no need to set up any obstacles. The city lord and the monster were both cultivating with their eyes closed. The porcupine-like monster seemed to sense something. Its huge eyes twitched slightly. While the man and the monster were cultivating, Fong Ping quietly floated in the air in front of them. When a powerhouse with paragon combat strength could completely conceal his aura, it was too easy for him to get close to these rank 9s. The huge, porcupine-like monster seemed to want to open its eyes. However, at this moment, Fong Ping's mentality had already erupted. A mentality of more than 10,000 hertz erupted right in front of them, concentrating on 2 rank 9s. One could imagine the consequences. The man and the monster were frozen in place almost instantly. The porcupine-like monster had just opened its eyes. When it saw Fong Ping's figure, there was only infinite fear in its eyes. Under its fearful gaze, Fong Ping blew the city lord's head apart with a light punch. He crushed his mentality with a casual squeeze. Everything was as easy as cutting tofu. A set of clothes similar to the city lord's appeared on Fong Ping's body. His hair grew longer, his aura changed a little, and his face changed too. In the next moment, a real city lord appeared. Fong Ping was methodical. He blasted the city lord's corpse into pieces. With a wave of his hand, the blood and flesh disappeared instantly. It was as if this person did not exist in this world. The porcupine-like monster wanted to scream. This was a human king. As far as it knew, only a human king had such an ability. A human king had entered the 24th Southern Territory. After Fong Ping killed the city lord, he looked at the porcupine-like monster, frowning slightly. Was there a loophole now that there was suddenly no more guardian demons? However, being alive was troublesome too. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping shook his head slightly. If there was a loophole, then there was a loophole. Under the porcupine-like monster's terrified gaze, Fong Ping threw a punch. The porcupine-like monster's golden body was unharmed, but its mentality was hit directly and crushed by Fong Ping's casual squeeze. A rank 9 monster was a rank 9 divine weapon. Its flesh was also a great tonic. There was no need to waste it. After killing 2 rank 9s, Fong Ping smiled. It was time to go out and take a look. At this moment, a meatball appeared in his hand. Fong Ping thought for a while and smiled. To prevent you guys from creating trouble for me, stay in my stomach for a while. It's a pity that living things can't be stored in the storage ring. Troublesome. Under the resentful gaze of the 3-headed meatball, Fong Ping opened his mouth wide and swallowed the meatball directly. Although it was said to be swallowed, in reality at Fong Ping's realm, the flesh was the strongest cage. Old Zhang could trap an emperor level. Fong Ping could trap a meatball with only a trace of mentality left. It was not difficult at all. Very soon, Fong Ping's figure flickered. Ignoring the greetings of some powerhouses in the city, Fong Ping revealed his aura and flew into the distance, about 100 li away from him. Old Man Li and the others were still flying slowly. At this moment, Yao Chengjun suddenly said, "There seems to be a catacombs powerhouse rushing over here in front." Huh. Old Man, Li said in surprise. He didn't sense our aura. Is he looking for death? Li Hansong grinned. Why would he be afraid of us? Including you, teacher. Your aura isn't too strong either. It's just a normal rank, 9 or stage 5 or 6. The other party's strength doesn't seem weak. He doesn't recognize me. Old Man Li chuckled. Don't tell me he thinks that I came first among the rank 9 for nothing? You're not Fong Ping. How can he know who you are? The few of them joked, but they were secretly happy. It was good that he had come. He could help them buy some time. Just as the few of them were talking, Fong Ping shouted coldly from afar, How dare the revived martial artist do you think you are? How dare you walk in God's land? Die quickly! Fong Ping yelled, rushing over quickly. About 1,000 meters away, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. There was a strange look in his eyes. He frowned and said, Who are you from the land of rebirth? Tell me your names. You don't know us. Li Hansong grinned. Fong Ping stared at him for a while, muttering, I once heard that there's a martial artist in the land of rebirth who likes to laugh foolishly. He looks simple and honest, but he's really stupid. As soon as he said that, Li Hansong's smile froze. This tone. Why did this tone sound so King familiar? Fong Ping cut him off quickly, saying coldly, Don't tell me you're Li Hansong? Even so, you don't have the right to swagger around in God's land. Cut the crap. Old Wang, let's kill him together. Li Hansong roared, charging toward Fong Ping at high speed. The others did not hesitate either, charging toward him one after another. Fong Ping was also powerful. He was not afraid. Swiftly, he tangled with them and started fighting. In the void rift, Earth Wisdom almost appeared to smack Fong Ping to death. Who was this guy? Forget it if he was courting death. Now, she was in a hurry to snatch the treasure, waiting for Wang Jinyang to return to the human world to retrieve it. When would this battle end? While Earth Wisdom was raging, Fong Ping and the others fought until blood and flesh flew everywhere. It was all Fong Ping's. After a round of fighting, Fong Ping was beyond shocked and furious. Longevity soared. Fong Ping turned around and fled. Old Man Li slashed with his sword. The sword chi penetrated Fong Ping's back directly. Fong Ping's aura withered instantly, as if he had suffered a heavy injury. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's mentality erupted, covering Fong Ping instantly. As for Fong Ping, he was also beyond shocked and furious. His eyes flickered wildly as he looked at Old Wang and the others. At the same time, he roared, I'll fight it out with all of you. As soon as he said that, his mentality erupted too. Rumble. The void trembled, but Fong Ping's mentality was crushed in an instant. His eyes were blank, and he fell to the ground with a loud crash. At this moment, a rift appeared at the place where their mentalities collided. Earth Wisdom's figure flashed and disappeared. At this moment, Earth Wisdom was almost angered to death. The place where the two of them were fighting happened to be the void rift where she was hiding. Under the mentality outburst, the rift was broken directly. She did not even have time to move. Damn bastard! Earth Wisdom cursed in her heart. Ruined my plan. He was so weak, yet he dared to intercept Longevity's sword and the others. He deserved to die. Otherwise, I would have killed him myself. She was raging. Old Man Li and the others seemed to have just noticed her. Old Man Li roared, Enemy! Kill the enemy! The four of them reacted extremely quickly. In the next moment, all four of them unleashed their full strength and attacked Earth Wisdom. Earth Wisdom did not hide anymore. Since her whereabouts were exposed, there was no point in hiding anymore. She glanced at the useless piece of trash who had fallen to the ground. Anger flashed in her eyes. Looking at Wang Jinyang and the others, she suddenly slapped Old Man Li's long sword. Rumble! The sword gleam and palm collided. Old Man Li spat out fresh blood. He retreated dozens of steps, the void exploding as he stepped. Not weak. Longevity sword, myriad Daos unite. Not bad. It's a pity that you guys have a death wish. Earth Wisdom's face was cold. She was a level 6 true god powerhouse, not a novice true god. Li Changsheng might be able to withstand 3 to 5 moves when fighting a novice true god martial artist. But fighting with her, 1 move was enough to kill him. After defeating Li Changsheng's attack, Earth Wisdom looked at Wang Jinyang and the other 2 who had already taken out their divine weapons. A hint of greed flashed in her eyes. Hand over the human true god's ultimate technique, and I'll spare your lives. Wishful thinking. Li Hansong roared, his fist already punching out. Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun also quickly coordinated, shooting an arrow at Earth Wisdom. Earth Wisdom sneered, stronger than she expected. But no matter how strong, that was also an ant below true god. Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor? Even if he was really an extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor, he was just a reincarnation. It was better if he was real. Only then would there be a greater sense of accomplishment. Earth Wisdom's spiritual power erupted, directly shattering those attacks. Walking toward the few people indifferently, she said coolly, Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor? The Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor, who awed the 3 realms back, then was like this. If that's the case, this seat will be too disappointed. The few people snorted coldly. Li Hansong suddenly turned around and rushed down, using spiritual power to transmit his voice. Dig a hole, and escape. The moment these words came out, the others flew down one after another. Too strong. The few of them attacking the other party was virtually defeated easily. This was not just reaching the apex. Such a powerhouse, even if the remnant will to fight was still present, it was likely hard to kill too. Now, they could only bet that the guy pretending to be dead below could be useful. Yes, that city lord below was killed, died miserably. Until now, he still died with everlasting regret, his head facing the sky. The few people all headed straight for him, wanting to dig a hole and leave. Earth Wisdom smiled lightly. Dig a hole and leave? Voice transmission could not stop her from prying. Did these few people really think it was that simple? That was also underestimating herself too much. You guys want to dig a hole? Earth Wisdom's spiritual power erupted again. There was an additional layer of spiritual power barrier on the ground. In all directions, spiritual power barriers also formed. She wanted to capture these few people alive. At this moment, the few people already landed. Li Hansong wanted to dig a hole, but discovered that he could not break the barrier. His face was livid with anger. He kicked out, kicking the corpse wrapped in the barrier toward Earth Wisdom. Earth Wisdom sneered. Childish. The reincarnation of the extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor was actually so childish. With a jolt of spiritual power, Earth Wisdom was about to shatter the flying corpse. At this moment, the other few people's attacks arrived again. This time, the few people went all out again. Old Man Li slashed out with his sword, shattering the void. Earth Wisdom instantly diverted her attention. Frowning slightly, she slapped a palm toward Old Man Li. The others had to be careful not to kill him. This it did not matter even if he was killed. The longevity sword was strong, but it was not that the divine sect did not know about the myriad Dao unity. There was no need to insist on keeping it. Just as she slapped a palm toward Old Man Li, the corpse seemed to deviate and flew past her side. Earth Wisdom could not be bothered. However, at that moment, a long saber appeared without a sound. It slashed toward her head without a sound. Wang Jinyang and the rest did not care about anything at this moment. They erupted with everything they had hysterically. The 3 divine weapons exploded with a dazzling light. Earth Wisdom was about to smash the attack when she frowned slightly. A sense of danger. It came from the side. As soon as this thought arose, the Changdao slashed down. With a bang, her head exploded. As for Earth Wisdom, she left the spot instantly. The headless golden body recovered its head in the blink of an eye. The Changdao followed her like a shadow, slashing down again. With a bang, half of her body was cut into pieces. Earth Wisdom recovered again and left the spot again. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were cold. She was a powerhouse among the true gods. Even if she was ambushed, it was impossible to kill her instantly. However, her golden body was cut into pieces, and the weapon that attacked had some special effects. Much of her mentality was also destroyed, causing her to be slightly injured. Fang Ping. When she saw the weapon that cut her golden body and that saber, Earth Wisdom knew who was scheming against her. Fang Ping. He had come to the Earth Realm. Chapter 1055. Fang Ping was in the catacombs. Then, who was in the human world? Did a golden body powerhouse change his golden body to be an imposter? But a golden body powerhouse could never seal the passageway. Earth Wisdom was disappointed. There was a true god in the human world. Was it Li Zhen? Or was there a true god hiding in the human world? Fang Ping did not waste time talking to her. Against a powerhouse like this, he had to cripple her first before talking. She was so strong. If he did not cripple her, he would not be a match for her. The god-slaying saber returned to his hand. Fang Ping was extremely fast, charging over with the saber in hand. A long sword appeared in Earth Wisdom's hand, a true divine weapon. The two of them fought in an instant. Fang Ping's combat strength was not weak either. His god-slaying saber technique was extremely fierce. Earth Wisdom had just been injured. Now that she was fighting Fang Ping, they were evenly matched. Rumble. The absolute pressure shocked the surroundings. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He had no choice but to talk now. Who are you? Fang Ping shouted coldly. You're not a catacombs martial artist. Looking at your style, you're either a dog of the evil sect or a dog of Grandmaster. Tell me, whose dog are you? Earth Wisdom's expression was cold. Her sword cut through the air, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, stabbing Fang Ping's golden body until sparks flew everywhere. Fang Ping's golden body was also ever-changing. His body folded directly, and a slash left a bloody wound on Earth Wisdom's arm. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Evil sect dog. I can see it. Fang Ping, you have a death wish. Earth Wisdom snorted coldly. Fang Ping dodged her long sword and smiled. I was about to look for you. You came just in time. As he said that, Fang Ping's aura skyrocketed. He slashed with his saber and shouted, Don't leave since you're here. Hand over Celestial Emperor's golden body. Earth Wisdom's expression changed slightly, but she could not be bothered to reply. Fuse! Fang Ping roared. In the next moment, the four people below all leaped into the air. Fang Ping quickly combined with them, turning into a giant. At this moment, Fang Ping's aura skyrocketed again. Earth Wisdom's expression changed. You killed Earth Show with this? You're really from the evil sect. Fang Ping laughed heartily. Tell me your name. You're not weak. It's your honor to let me know your name. Di Hui's expression was unsightly, and he said, coldly, how arrogant. When I prove my Tao, my ancestors aren't even born yet? That only means you're trash. As the two of them fought, their auras were incredibly powerful. Some of the nearby towns and cities instantly collapsed. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. In the outer domain, a battle between two experts who weren't considered weak would be an invincible existence. At this moment, Earth Wisdom was extremely angry, but his eyes were not bad. He suddenly sneered and said, Your combination battle technique is similar to the combination battle technique. This seat wants to see how long you can last. See if the few of you can endure it. Fang Ping was fine, but the others were a little weaker. Now, after Fang Ping's fusion, he might have the strength of a Paragon 4 or 5. When she was ambushed by Fang Ping, Her strength had declined, and it was almost the same. However, once Fang Ping lost his combined combat techniques, he might not be his match. Perhaps there would be a pleasant surprise today. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger. Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "Old grandaunt, don't shout about fighting and killing each other every time we meet. If you kill me and I kill you, does it really benefit either of us? In a situation where their strengths were on par, what could you really get? If your injuries are too severe, even if you kill me, you might also die." Earth Wisdom frowned. Fang Ping laughed. "How about working together?" At this moment, only Seventh Elder was trapped in the golden body, otherwise he would definitely explode. Working together again. Fang Ping's words must not be trusted. Kill when you see him. That was the right way. Also, don't think that you can kill me. Even if I don't have the combined combat techniques, do you think I'm that easy to kill? Be careful not to follow in the footsteps of Earthshow. After saying that, Fang Ping's eyes flickered. I like to work with powerhouses. I'm different from King Wu. I prefer benefits above all else. Earth Wisdom sneered. Fang Ping, why should I work with you? What qualifications do you have to work with me? Aren't you curious why I'm looking for you? Fang Ping laughed. Don't you want to become an emperor? Become a saint? Become a heavenly king? Ridiculous. Earth Wisdom did not believe it at all. Fang Ping laughed. All right then, I'll say something. Is Tengu's golden body in your cult headquarters? Earth Wisdom frowned and did not reply. Cat sensed Tengu's aura. Tengu is not dead, you know? Unfortunately, the aura is too faint. I can't locate it at all. Earth Wisdom's heart trembled. Tengu's path is still there. Earth Wisdom, you know better than me what this means. Celestial Emperor is not dead. Fang Ping was overjoyed when she finally replied. She took the bait. He did not believe that these old antiques could resist such a temptation. Tell me your name first, then we'll talk. As he said that, Fang Ping sheathed his saber and retreated. In the next moment, Old Man Li and the rest were separated by him, panting heavily. Fang Ping's aura dropped, but he did not care. He laughed. This is my sincerity. Let's not kill each other when we meet. There's no need. I've already roped in many people to work with me. You are very important. Earth Wisdom did not chase after him. She was injured. At this moment, Earth Wisdom also retreated a few steps. Imperishable substances rapidly emerged, healing her injuries. I'm Earth Wisdom. So it's the Lord God of Earth Wisdom. I've heard a lot about you. Fang Ping laughed. Since you're not attacking, then we can talk. I think you know better than me that Tengu is still alive. However, its injuries were too serious back then. I'm afraid it's still in a deep sleep. Or, Tengu's Tao has already been stripped by King Kuan? Earth Wisdom did not bat an eyelid and did not speak. Fang Ping quickly shook his head. Impossible. King Kuan should not be able to strip such a powerhouse as Tao. The only one in the three realms who can strip Tengu's Tao is the cat. And I happen to have this kind of relationship with the cat. I know how to do it. As Fang Ping said that, he laughed. Of course I won't do it. I'm looking for you to save Tengu. Let's talk openly. We're just using each other. Let's put it this way. If I can save Tengu, I'll save it. If I can't save it, then you'll have to wait for me to strip its Tao. Let's see who's lucky, who's stronger, who's more scheming, and who finally snatches Tengu's Tao. That's why I want to do something big this time. However, I still can't find the cult's headquarters. True Lord Earth Wisdom, are you interested? Earth Wisdom's expression changed, but she still did not reply. Fang Ping said coldly, Or do you think you can do it alone? Earth Wisdom, don't think too much. Your cult still has an emperor level. If you agree to cooperate, we'll go to the cult's headquarters together this time. If you don't agree, I'll spread the news immediately. Do you think I'm stupid? I dare to reveal all my secrets to just anyone. Once your cult's emperor level knows that I can strip Tengu's Tao, you might come looking for me to cooperate immediately. Unfortunately, I don't like to cooperate with people who are much stronger than me. That's why you're a good choice. Earth Wisdom, let me ask you again. Are you interested in cooperating? Earth Wisdom said coldly, How would I know if you're lying to me? Fong Ping sneered. Is it necessary? Let me ask you, is Tengu's golden body in the cult or not? If you say it's not, we'll continue killing. There's no need to talk anymore. At this moment, Earth Wisdom thought of the Earth King Hall. He thought of the mysterious and unusual Earth King Hall. Even the 3 great sect guardians could not enter the Earth King Hall. The Divine Masters all knew that Tengu's remains were in the Divine Sect. However, they had always thought that Tengu was dead and only its remains were left. Although this was the remains of a powerhouse, at true god level, these powerhouses' remains were not very useful unless they were used to forge weapons. But at this moment, Earth Wisdom suddenly understood why the Earth King Palace was so heavily guarded. Could it be that King Kuin had been trying to strip the great path of Heavenly Hound? Until now, the hall was still sealed. Obviously, King Kuin did not succeed. Earth Huey's expression changed, and he said coldly, So what if I'm here? So what if I'm not? Fong Ping, do you think you can break into the Divine Church, mainland, with just you? Of course it's not just me. Fong Ping laughed. Commander Li is dealing with your venerable Emperor Feng Yin, but your divine sect still has another venerable emperor. Of course, I also have allies. Let's attack together. If you, Earth Intellect, work together and sneak attack him. So what if he's an overlord? If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Just tell me, are you interested? If you're interested, then let's do it. If not, then there's no need to say so much. As Fong Ping said that, he said mildly, Speed is the choice. Both of us will make quite a commotion when we fight. I'm afraid someone will be here very soon. When there are more people, the secret won't be a secret anymore, and there will be more competition. Earth Wisdom, what do you say? Perfected Lord D. Huey's heart skipped a beat. Cooperation? Become a martial emperor? Become a heavenly king? This, she had never thought of it. But if Celestial Emperor's Tao could really be stripped, she could not imagine if she could surpass King Kuin if she walked Celestial Emperor's Tao. Fong Ping frowned at this moment and snorted coldly. Forget it then. I'm not interested in fighting with you. You can't kill me anyway. You go your way and I'll go mine. After we separate this time, I'll spread the news to the outside world. I won't let your evil sect reap the benefits. Seeing that he was about to leave, Earth Wisdom was silent for a moment and said quickly, Celestial Emperor is already dead. You said it's still alive because of Sky Thearka's senses? Nonsense. Sky the Arch and Celestial Dog are one. If Sky the Arch says it's not dead, then it's definitely not dead. As Fong Ping said that, he laughed. If that's the case, the Celestial Dog's golden body is really in the evil sect. Earth Wisdom did not say anything, which meant that she agreed. The joy on Fong Ping's face deepened. At this moment, a piece of jade in Fong Ping's arms trembled. Fong Ping continued. Celestial Emperor's golden body is in the evil sect's headquarters. Let's work together. I'll save Celestial Emperor. If I can't save him, I'll strip his Tao. Then we'll rely on our luck and means. If we can work together, just say it. At our level, there's no need to pretend. At this moment, unbeknownst to Earth Wisdom, in the 3 realms, there were powerhouses whose whereabouts had been confirmed. A huge water screen appeared in the nearby areas. Fong Ping's words caught everyone's attention instantly. Sky Plant's royal court. The Sky Elm Guardian and the Right Divine General appeared outside the palace one after another. A rank 8 martial artist was shivering, murmuring in a low voice, Sir, don't kill me. I'm only following orders. I don't have any enmity. Please spare my life, sir. I'm under King Pingshan, The two true kings did not speak. Their attention was on the sky screen. Outside, Jade Dragon Sky. A true god walked out. Outside, King Pingshan's people had long fled. At this moment, the water screen was still showing. In the Forbidden Sea, a large water buffalo dropped a piece of jade and quickly dove into the sea to escape. A slightly deranged old man rushed over quickly. When he heard Fong Ping's words, his aura erupted instantly. In the nearby waters, some demons exploded one after another. Wangwu Mountain, Weiyu Mountain, including some overseas immortal islands. Grandmasters who knew the location at this moment, powerhouses walked out. In the South Min region, Earth Wisdom looked at Fong Ping for a while and said slowly, "You want to go to the Divine Sect mainland?" Wishful thinking. It's impossible for you to go in. Even if you can change your aura, you'll definitely die if you go. Fong Ping laughed. The two venerable emperors are scary, but it's not impossible. Let's work together to kill these two fellows and then divide the benefits. Earth Wisdom, you're an evil sect powerhouse. The two venerable emperors are dead. No matter how dangerous the evil sect headquarters is, it won't be a problem for you to let me in, right? Earth Wisdom's eyes flickered. Fong Ping said again, the evil sect is too strong. The two venerable emperors are also too strong. If we don't work together, the Tao will benefit them in the end. Who is Heavenly Dog? The strongest powerhouse below the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Who wouldn't be tempted by its Tao? Therefore, these people who are too strong must die. What about Pluto? Earth Wisdom asked. As soon as she said this, it was obvious that she was really tempted. Fong Ping laughed. Commander Li, to be honest, Commander Li and I are the only humans. After Commander, Li dealt with a venerable emperor. Do you really have the strength to fight for it? Of course. I'll definitely participate in the fight. As Fong Ping said this, he laughed again. Since you're tempted, there's no need to hide it. I've guessed this a long time ago. Anyone would be tempted. Earth Wisdom exhaled softly and said in a low voice, You've overestimated yourself and me. The Divine Sect is more powerful than you think. Fong Ping wished she could boast more. At this moment, he also said, Of course, I know that many of your master gods are still hiding in the 3 realms, but so what? So what? Earth Wisdom snorted. Some of the top 10 master gods are already emperor level. Do you really think you know whether they went to the ancestral tomb or not? Also, the location of the Heavenly Emperor's golden body is also extremely dangerous. You and I can't get close at all. Even Thunder Protector can't get close. Fong Ping frowned. It's that dangerous? As expected. I knew King Kuan wouldn't be easy to deal with. Looks like he's also set up a big array. But as long as we kill those venerable emperors, we can slowly break the array. Earth Wisdom, tell me, where is the cult headquarters? Do you think I'm an idiot? Earth Wisdom snorted. You said you found other helpers. How can I believe you easily and tell you everything? If we really want to cooperate, I'll also invite some people to join us. Fong Ping, don't think that you're the only smart person in the world. Fong Ping nodded. Yes, you're smart. You're as smart as an idiot. It's too easy to get information from you. There's not much sense of accomplishment. Now, did the 3 realms' top powerhouses see the scene? Did you hear that? The cult has benefits. Great benefits. And it's very powerful and dangerous. Fong Ping suddenly laughed. Earth Wisdom, the cult is so powerful. Why don't you instigate them? Let these powerhouses annihilate the 3 realms' top powerhouses. When they're almost done killing each other, we'll come and clean up the mess. How about that? When the time comes, all the benefits will be ours. Earth Wisdom frowned. Fong Ping said again, Don't think it's impossible. I'll leak the news of the Celestial Emperor's golden body. Half true and half false. Find a chance and instigate them. There'll definitely be unexpected gains. Even if it doesn't succeed, it doesn't matter too much. Humph. Earth Wisdom said coldly, Fong Ping, I don't dare to believe everything you say. Up to you. However, the Celestial Emperor's golden body is real. The Celestial Emperor's Tao is real. And it's also true that we have hopes of becoming the strongest powerhouses in the three realms. That's enough. At this point, Fang Ping lamented, the cult's threat is too great. There are so many powerhouses. To be honest, all the remaining top powerhouses in the three realms might not be the cult's match, even if they join forces. Those idiots actually think that humans are the real threat. They've always wanted to attack humans. Is there any benefit in annihilating humans? Just for a better blood sacrifice of humans in the future. On the other hand, there are many benefits in annihilating the cult. Forget about the Celestial Emperor's golden body and Celestial Emperor's Tao. King Kuin's treasures, earthly sovereign's treasures, earthly sovereign's cultivation methods. I even know a secret. King Kuin actually secretly collected 100 Tao and hid them in the cult's headquarters. Earth wisdom. Tell me, is there a need for your cult to hide in the dark if it's so strong? 100 Tao. Earth wisdom looked at Fang Ping, her gaze cold and stern, her heart trembling. The divine sect had a traitor? Fang Ping laughed. Why are you looking at me? I know a lot. King Kuin secretly manipulated a few great wars. Wasn't it to collect the Tao of those who died in the war? He couldn't absorb and store them, and he couldn't carry them with him all the time. Instead, he hid them in the cult's headquarters. If nothing goes wrong, they should be together with the Celestial Emperor's golden body. So, if you and I work together, even if we can't seize the Celestial Emperor's Tao, we might still gain something. Earth wisdom vaguely felt that something was not quite right. Fang Ping had said too much to her. Fang Ping ignored her and laughed. Speaking of which, you people have risked your lives for the cult for so many years. King Kuin has collected so many Tao, but didn't he share a few with you? I know that he has collected those Tao completely. Earth wisdom said coldly, you want to drive a wedge between me and the sect leader. Tisk! Fang Ping sneered. Come on, nowadays when you cultivate to the impasse, your lifespans are almost exhausted. What's there to talk about? Are you his mother or his daughter? Even if you're his wife, for the sake of Tao, he'll still kill you if he needs to. As the two of them talked at this moment, those powerhouses who saw the sky screen were all shocked, without exception. There were too many surprises. Fang Ping was in the catacombs. Earth wisdom was in the catacombs. The two of them were actually conspiring together. No, was this a conspiracy? This water screen was right beside the two of them. Who was setting it up? This was not a conspiracy. Someone was plotting against the two of them. Or rather, one of them was plotting against the other. Fang Ping. In the next moment, everyone understood. It was Fang Ping who was plotting against Earth Wisdom and the Divine Sect. He said so much to tell everyone that the Divine Sect had great benefits and was terrifyingly powerful. If everyone did not attack the Divine Sect together, sooner or later, something would happen. Fang Ping was playing an open conspiracy. Heavenly Emperor Golden Body, Heavenly Emperor Tao, 100 Tao, Earthly Emperor's treasure, Kuin King's treasure. At this moment, no matter how calm the apex was, they could no longer remain calm. They could not care less about Fang Ping being in the catacombs. They only knew that this time they really knew a big secret, the biggest secret of the three realms. Moreover, everyone had a chance. Some of the apex suddenly let out a cold snort. Around the sky screen, all the people below the apex were killed. This matter could not be spread anymore. The Divine Sect did not seem to know anything yet. Earth Wisdom knew, but it seemed like Earth Wisdom was also ready to betray them. This was everyone's secret, not everyone's secret. Just as they were shocked in the sky screen, Fang Ping said again, Earth Wisdom, since everyone is working together, why don't you lend me a hand? I can't leave now. I can't leave Earth. On one hand, it's in the catacombs. On the other hand, it's in the three realms. In the catacombs. King Pingshan is my partner. No. Pingshan region. King Ping Shan roared madly, cursing wildly. No, I'm not working with him. Damn bastard. I just want to go into closed-door training. I don't want to get involved in your business. Damn it, damn it. This was troublesome. Even if it was not, it was because his people had placed this thing everywhere. Those were his people. But now it was Fang Ping who was plotting against the divine sect, and his people were helping. How is this not an ally? King Huai is a good-for-nothing, nothing to worry about. Furukawa and Sky Elm. It's not impossible for us to work together. We're old rivals, and I've even eaten Sky Elm's fruit. It's fate. As for the demons, the heavenly cat, heavenly hound, is the demon's ancestor. The heavenly hound's path might be more suitable for the demons. The demons can be roped in, Fang Ping said frankly with assurance. On the other hand, I must annihilate the 3 major realms. Earth Wisdom, are you interested in helping? Earth Wisdom said coldly, Fang Ping, are you still asleep? She was too speechless. Fang Ping actually wanted her to help him kill the people from the 3 major realms. What did he take her for? Forget it then. Fang Ping laughed. Then it's fine as long as you don't cause trouble. If we work together, it's a win-win situation. I must annihilate the 3 major realms. These people have the gall to kidnap my people. If they don't die, I won't be at ease. We're enemies, but it doesn't involve family. Even I, Fang Ping, captured Li Zhu's son for some money. How dare they threaten me with the 3 major realms? What are they thinking? As long as the 3 major realms are not annihilated, there's no need to talk about working together. So, whoever stops me, my only request is to kill them. When the time comes, I'll tell you directly how to strip the Heavenly Hound Avenue. I think I can sell it for a good price. Don't doubt me. I'm a man of my word. Fang Ping chuckled. I'll go to the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven now and annihilate them. Let Huatongshan go first. Now that Huatongshan already knows I'm here, it's not convenient for me to attack. Earth Wisdom. Whoever wants to stop me, come at me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping swept Old Wang and the others along and hurried toward the passageway. Earth Wisdom frowned but did not stop him. Only when Fang Ping was almost out of sight did he say coldly, How do I contact you? You're not allowed to enter Earth. You can let the person guarding the passageway inform me. Humph. Fang Ping, if you plot against me, I'll slaughter millions of your human race. Fang Ping sneered. Don't be so harsh. If you kill a human, I'll hunt you down until you die. Plot? Who isn't plotting? If you're not smart enough, just admit defeat. As Fang Ping spoke, he was already far away, but his eyes were cold. So what if I'm plotting against you? It's not convenient to fight you now. After I annihilate the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, I'll turn around and kill you. He believed Earth Wisdom would go there. As for how to kill him, Fang Ping had already thought of it. I'll set off a big firework for you to see and blow you up, you old devil. Chapter 1056. Earth. As soon as the ultimate battle broke out, the humans had evacuated. At this moment, Fang Ping brought a few people up. Everyone outside the passageway was dumbfounded. Outside the passageway on the big square, on the huge screen, the talkative Fang Ping was still encouraging them. After Fang Ping fought with earthly wisdom, he did not hide his true face anymore. At this moment, everyone looked at Fang Ping, then at the big screen behind them. Stunned. Extremely stunned. The headquarters has already thought about it. When the humans are at peace, we will build a huge cat palace for the human's friend, Tsang Cat. We will assign the most professional chef and the most professional brusher for Tsang Cat. Right? It's best if we can open a cat food factory in the cat palace. Don't worry, everyone. The headquarters will go to the southern Fujian catacombs to seal the passageway now. Just as he said that on the screen, Fang Ping had already rushed over with the live broadcast equipment. Suddenly, Fang Ping stopped in his tracks. On the big screen, Fang Ping chuckled and said, The southern Fujian catacombs have been suppressed. Everything is fine. The headquarters will return to the Sky Division and continue to guard Earth. After saying that, the live broadcast screen turned black. Songcat ran away. His speed was extremely fast. Oh no, he had met the real Fong Ping. Below, Fong Ping's expression was stiff. Everyone else was stiff too. At this moment, how could they not understand that this Fong Ping who spoke with confidence and composure was a fake Fong Ping? And everyone was listening to him brag for a long time. However, everyone's gaze was still a little strange. The rank 9 Grandmaster in charge said awkwardly, Minister Fong, the corner of Fong Ping's mouth was stiff. That is Songcat's protector. After Songcat left, he came to Earth to help me guard. He is also an ultimate powerhouse. Everyone don't worry about this. He did not want to say anything else. He was fighting for his life in the catacombs. And this cat was actually broadcasting. Forget about the live broadcast. Tell me, what was he talking about? The Cat Palace, the brusher, Fong Ping smiled bitterly. However, Songcat tried his best today. Just as something happened in the southern Fujian catacombs, he rushed over. He was very motivated. Fong Ping was also relieved. With this cat around, he could save a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he did not know if those catacombs that were evacuated would be in trouble. Fong Ping sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do now. Whatever the cat said was the law. It wasn't easy for the Ash Cat to make a move. If the humans won, the Cat Palace would be a piece of cake. Fong Ping ignored the cat and said quickly, Everyone don't spread the news. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Having said that, Fong Ping quickly led the others away. Heaven Division. The old cat picked up the live-streaming device and said sternly, Earth is fine. The headquarters will not be broadcasting live anymore. We have to keep a close eye on the other catacombs. After saying this, the cat smashed the instrument. At this moment, the Ash Cat scratched its head with its paws. Was this cat going to be troubled by a scammer? What a pity, what a pity. The swindler had concealed his aura, so I didn't sense him at all. I almost bumped into him. No, I've already bumped into him. Do you see the swindler? Sigh, what bad luck. The cat sighed, feeling a little regretful. Just now. Why did I run? I should have pretended to work with all my strength. I miscalculated. This cat should pretend to be very hardworking. Very pitiful. The old gray cat's fat face was full of confusion. Isn't this making me look guilty? But the swindler is very powerful. I've already caught 3. Do I still have to catch more? As soon as it touched Fong Ping, it saw the 3 old men trapped in his body. They were all true gods. The swindler did not poke them to death. Was he going to poke them to death together? The Ash Cat suddenly chuckled. This cat wants to watch a show, a big show. It's fun. Let's see how many swindlers I can poke to death this time. In the next moment, the Ash Cat's figure disappeared. In its place, only a lifeless, imperishable substance clone was left. Without the Ash Cat's control, this clone was almost useless. North Lake Catacombs. At this moment, the general battle was still going on. However, at this moment, Wu Quishan vaguely felt that something was wrong. Not only him, but Universe Bao and the others also felt that something was wrong. At this moment, the void was torn apart by someone. The first person to rush here was not Fong Ping, who walked on Earth, but a Grandmaster's paragon. This person looked middle-aged, with a strange look on his face. He tore apart the void and rushed here, but he did not care about those people. Instead, he went straight to Mount Royal Sea and looked in the direction of the void grotto heaven. In the next moment, the void grotto heaven's barrier trembled slightly. A figure appeared near the barrier. Brother Tianqi, how have you been? In the void grotto heaven, the phantom that appeared was a little old. With a smile on his face, he looked at Mount Royal Sea. Greetings, Brother Yunsheng. On Mount Royal Sea, the middle-aged paragon nodded slightly. He glanced at the old man, wanting to say something but hesitating. He saw it. He saw the sky screen and heard Fong Ping's wild words. Fong Ping wanted to destroy the void grotto heaven, and he would probably be here soon. Could he say it now? Fong Ping made a threat. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. Before this, he could ignore it. But now, Fong Ping had actually cooperated with earthly wisdom. Not only that, but who knew how many people had received the news this time? If he messed things up, he might be in big trouble. He and true Lord Yunxing had known each other for many years. However, at this moment he struggled for a while. True Lord Yunxing did not seem to know all this. The middle-aged man did not speak. At this moment, another crack appeared. Another paragon had arrived. Seeing true Lord Tianqi, then looking at true Lord Yunxing in the grotto heaven, the newly arrived paragon's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he tore the void and hid in the void, no longer appearing. "Brother!" Over at the void grotto heaven, true Lord Yunxing only felt baffled. What was going on today? First, true Lord Tianqi from beyond sky came. It was fine if he came, but he seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Before he could ask, true Lord Jiangyu from Weiyu Mountain came as well. This time, he might as well hide in the void directly. He was baffled, but Universe Bao and the rest were scared out of their wits. What was going on? The commotion of the battle was too big. Did these powerhouses sense it? Now that they were here but not saying anything, what was the meaning of that? This was not the end, just the beginning. The void was torn apart one after another, and paragons appeared one after another. At this moment, the passageway trembled. Fong Ping did not plan to hide against the void grotto heaven. There was no need. At this stage, if he still hid, the others would underestimate him. Paragon entry. Fong Ping could not achieve Taoist resonance, but it was okay. He slightly released the aura of the 3 Desperation Realm powerhouses, causing the passageway to tremble. A paragon that was about to die was still a paragon. The passageway trembled. At this moment, near Imperial Sea Mountain, Wu Quishan and the rest looked delighted. The next moment, Wu Quishan roared, "Human King entry! Fight! Fight! Fight!" Tens of thousands of troops roared. Universe Bao and the rest's expressions changed drastically. Fong Ping was here. Ji Yao frowned. Fong Ping came openly. Was he going to kill Universe Bao? However, there were hundreds of rank 9s and many rank 7 and 8 powerhouses around Universe Bao. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of Destiny Army soldiers here. It would not be easy for Fong Ping to kill Universe Bao. Not only that, at this moment, someone suddenly appeared beside Universe Bao. Earth Wisdom. Earth Wisdom saw someone familiar, someone from the Divine Sect. There were people from the Divine Sect beside Universe Bao. They should be ground strange pawns. Earth Wisdom's sudden appearance at this moment shocked Universe Bao. Fortunately, Universe Bao seemed to have heard something. In the next moment, he calmed down abruptly and looked delighted. A powerhouse from the Divine Sect. True Lord Earth Wisdom was very powerful. Her appearance made Universe Bao feel that the few true kings nearby were inferior. At this moment, Furchuan tore the void and came. King Huai also tore the void and came. Powerhouses from the Demon Clan also arrived. Behind Fong Ping, a crazy old man came from the Forbidden Sea. Together with him was a giant fish the size of a mountain. Fong Ping tilted his head and looked at the Forbidden Sea behind him. He said coldly, "Don't pass through the territory of human cities." Even though the crazy old man was dozens of li away, his expression was cold. However, he calmed down quickly and said coldly, "I will not leave misery, but what happened before, we'll talk about it later." Fong Ping smiled plainly. In the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, Earth Wisdom frowned. Why did so many people come? Not only that, at this moment, someone looked at her with a mocking expression. Qinghua. Qinghua seemed to know her. She sneered and said, Earth Wisdom, you're not slow. You came very fast. Earth Wisdom frowned. She felt that something was wrong. She was the master god of the divine sect, and that was not her only identity. She knew Qing Hua, but she had another identity. Qing Hua was not the only one. Jiang Yu appeared as well and smiled. True Lord Earth Wisdom, I've heard a lot about you. Earth Wisdom's expression changed. At this moment, a hole appeared in the regional wall over at the void mausoleum grotto heaven, and perfected Lord Cloud Shung stepped out. He sensed that something was amiss. What happened? At this moment, there were more than 10 paragons gathered here. How many paragons were there in the 3 realms? Earlier on, it was merely a battle between a group of paragons. No matter how big the commotion was, it was not enough for all of them to rush over. Just as he was about to step over to perfected Lord Tianqi's side, perfected Lord Tianqi tore the void and hid inside. Perfected Lord Cloud Xing's expression changed. What did that mean? At this moment, Fong Ping stepped over as well. He covered a distance of dozens of li with a single step and arrived in the blink of an eye. Ignoring perfected Lord Cloud Shang, Fong Ping looked at Wu Quishan and the heavily injured Tang Feng and the rest. He looked at the corpses of the powerhouses who were protected in the middle and said softly, We humans must win every battle. Winning is nothing as long as there are no casualties. Destiny Royal Court doesn't even have Paragon. How dare you kill us humans? Fong Ping looked at Yu Bao. Yu Bao took a few steps back in fear. He only pulled himself together when he saw Earth Wisdom. Fong Ping glanced at him. Fong Ping, do not bully others. Since you're a pawn of the divine sect, I'll give you a fair chance. The passageway is open. Go, kill them. Leave none alive. After saying that, Fong Ping waved his hand and broke the regional wall in the Grand Canyon. Not only that, Fong Ping even broke the regional wall next to it. At this moment, a large number of demons surged out of the Grand Canyon. At the forefront, a tree that looked like a long sword floated in the air. Fong Ping looked at Devil Swordsman and said lightly, Devil Swordsman, lead the Mount Royal Sea Demons and kill them. Don't stop fighting until they're all dead. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Kuei and the rest and said calmly, Go, kill all these people. Hundreds of rank 9s, hundreds of rank 7s, and rank 8s. Tens of thousands of Destiny Army soldiers. They'll all be counted as your battle achievements. 100 Destiny Army soldiers will be counted as a rank 7, 1,000 as a rank 8, and 10,000 as a rank 9. Jiang Kuei and the rest looked a little strange. At this moment, Weiyu Mountain's ultimate demon, Jiang Yu, smiled faintly and said, Go! Destiny Royal Court, wait until the Destiny King is resurrected. Then we'll fight for supremacy in the 3 realms. Destiny Royal Court, which did not have many powerhouses, also wanted to fight for supremacy at this time. King Pingshan did not dare to come. Ji Hong was gone. How could Destiny Royal Court be qualified to participate in such a big battle? Yu Bao's expression changed drastically, looking at Earth Wisdom. Fong Ping also looked at Earth Wisdom, smiled and said, You want to protect them? I gave them a fair chance. Earth Wisdom, this is giving you face, and are you sure you want to embarrass me? As soon as he said that, Earth Wisdom's furrowed brows relaxed. Yes, Fong Ping gave her face. He did not attack directly, but let those below True God do it. Earth Wisdom could not blame her for not protecting them. Even if Earth Wisdom found out, did he really want her to fight Fong Ping to the death? True Lord Earth Wisdom did not say anything. The next moment, Fong Ping waved his hand heavily and shouted, Kill! Kill them all! Wu Quishan's speed was extremely fast. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked. How did Fong Ping do it? How did he let the other powerhouses stand by and watch? How did he make the ultimate demon who was originally protecting Yu Bao and the rest choose not to attack? He did not know, but he was excited, ecstatic. This was the first time that humans had helpers and reinforcements in front of the powerhouses of the three realms. They went to fight the catacombs' powerhouses in a crushing situation. Too excited, too morale boosted. On the human side, with the help of Mount Royal Sea, the demons, and the powerhouses of Weiyu Mountain, their powerhouses were much more than Yubao's side. As for the number, tens of thousands of Destiny army soldiers were not a small number, but Mount Royal Sea had thousands of demons. Follow me and kill. Wu Quishan roared. He was really overjoyed. Not only him, but all the human powerhouses felt like they were in a dream. What was this? They were really not used to this kind of preferential treatment. Just before this, humans had to pay the price of the weak challenging the strong to fight against the catacombs. And now, under the situation where more than 10 ultimate demon had arrived, Fang Ping descended and directly ordered them to kill those catacombs martial artists. Not only that, even the ultimate demon like Weiyu Mountain and Jiang Yu said that the Destiny Royal Court was not qualified to participate in their war. Not qualified. The incomparably powerful Destiny Royal Court was extremely weak at this moment. And all this was because of the person in the sky, Fang Ping, the human king. At this moment, in the Outland, the soldiers who were still fighting, one after another, roared, "Human king is invincible! Human king is invincible!" This war was really going to be fought with vigor. Tens of thousands of troops, bathed in blood, killed more than 100,000 catacombs troops, continuously retreated, even showing signs of collapse. Beihu's Outland army was about to collapse. Human king had entered the territory, and no one from the royal court actually stopped them. At this moment, Furchuan said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, Sky Plant's royal court will not participate in this war. There were still their people in the Outland." Fang Ping looked at him coldly. "What you say doesn't matter. It's not your place to interfere in the Outland. As for me, I will not attack them. This is the rule and fairness. Furchuan, unless you have the confidence to kill me now, then you have the final say." Furchuan frowned, but did not say anything. Fang Ping did not look at him either. Looking at the gloomy-looking perfected Lord Yunsheng, smiled lightly and said, "Stop looking. I'm here. They will not interfere in our battle. I'll give you a chance, and I won't let you die with regrets. Today, I'm here to kill you, to destroy the void mausoleum grotto heaven." Fang Ping said calmly, "The void mausoleum grotto heaven's sin is unforgivable. Sin 1. Kill the human race's ultimate demon. Star Town City's Yang family's elder ancestor guarded Imperial Sea Mountain for 300 years. His contributions cannot go unnoticed. You all did not ask the human race, but killed him without permission. Your sin deserves 10,000 deaths. Sin 2, in the battlefield of the ultimate demon kings, you all led the masses to kill the human race. You all deserve death. Sin 3, the void mausoleum grotto heaven's master, attacked the martial king. You all deserve death. Sin 4, secretly sent perfected Lord Di Zhou into the human world. You all deserve death. Sin 5, in the human race's expedition. You all did not avoid the human race's army, but watched from the sidelines. You all deserve death. I can't be bothered to fabricate the rest. Perfected Lord Yinsheng, I want to kill you, it's that simple. Do you choose the space battlefield or your void mausoleum grotto heaven?" Fang Ping's aura was like a rainbow, locking onto perfected Lord Yinsheng. The other party had a vitality of about 1,000,000 cal, comparable to his strength. This time, he wanted to kill this person in front of all the powerhouses of the three realms. This was also the first time he decided to fight head-on and kill a paragon. Perfected Lord Yunsheng's expression changed slightly, saying coldly, "Fang Ping, do you really think that the human race can be unbridled?" "I really think so." Fang Ping smiled. "Believe it whether you believe it or not. I, Fang Ping, did not want to do this. Back then, the first realm I entered was your void mausoleum, grotto heaven. When Li Hansong and Qin Fengqing entered, You all sent them out. I remembered this favor. But your mistake was that after you came out, you killed the human race and helped the evildoer. If that's the case, then all our ties will be completely wiped out. The void, mausoleum grotto heaven, shall be destroyed. Arrogant. Perfected Lord Yunsheng looked around, saying darkly, Fellow brothers, are you all just going to watch this junior flaunt his power? If my void mausoleum grotto heaven is destroyed today, you will be next. If this kid is not killed, the 3 realms will not be at peace. He felt that he was no match for Fong Ping, because Fong Ping had killed a paragon rank, 5 perfected Lord Dizhou before. But now there were so many powerhouses here. Were they just going to watch Fong Ping be arrogant? He shouted, but the surroundings were extremely silent. Perfected Lord Yunsheng's heart sank. The next moment he roared, Luo Fu, Huatong, are there any people coming? As soon as he said that, the others fell silent again. Fong Ping would not let people set up the sky screen at those 2 places, right? Huatong Shan seemed to be frightened by Fong Ping. Even when Fong Ping appeared there earlier, Huatong Shan did not show up. Fong Ping sneered. No hurry, you're the first. They're right behind you. I, Fong Ping, have a fair fight. If I can't beat them, I deserve to be killed. But today, if I can fight and survive, your 3 realms will be destroyed. His words surprised everyone once again. Fong Ping really wanted to destroy the 3 realms? After all, paragons were not cabbages, they were all powerhouses. Even if Fong Ping could kill perfected Lord Yunsheng, if he went to the other 2 realms, he might not be able to fight anymore, right? Everyone's eyes flickered. Maybe they could still watch a big show today. Fong Ping sneered in his heart. A bunch of idiots. If he killed perfected Lord Yunsheng, the 3 realms would be destroyed. Did they really think he was stupid enough to go to the other realms to fight while injured? Fong Ping could not be bothered with them. He looked at perfected Lord Yunsheng again. The space battlefield or your void mausoleum grotto heaven. Perfected Lord Yunsheng's face was livid. No one made a sound. Were these guys trying to take advantage of the situation? Or did they have other reasons not to attack? Fong Ping, don't go too far. Perfected Lord Yunsheng was furious. The void mausoleum grotto heaven was his base camp. He did not want to leave now. Moreover, he was forced to flee by Fong Ping's words. From now on, would there still be a place for him in the 3 realms? If it were King Pingshan, he would probably have run away by now. But he was not King Pingshan. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. Fong Ping threw a punch. The void shattered, and the space battlefield appeared. Fong Ping stepped in, looked at him, and said with a faint smile, Don't think of running. Commander Li is nearby. If you win, you live. If you lose, you die. If you run, you will die. As soon as he said that, there was a commotion among the others. Li Zhen was nearby. No wonder Fong Ping was so confident. Other than the matter of the divine sect, there was still a hidden hand. When perfected Lord Yunsheng heard this, his expression changed slightly. He said coldly, I see. Fong Ping, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. But you humans are shameless. Even if I win, I'm afraid the Netherworld King will attack. Fong Ping smiled. Definitely not. If Commander Li attacks, everyone will attack together. I, Fong Ping, promise in the name of the king. I want to kill you. It's that simple. You must die. Perfected Lord Yunsheng's eyes flickered. He stepped on the air and said coldly, Fine, I'll kill you. I want to see if the Netherworld King will show up. Emperor level is a rare powerhouse in the 3 realms. This was just a reminder to the others. If Li Zhen attacked and everyone was still watching, they would be killed one by one. When Li Zhen attacked, who could resist a true god alone? Too much nonsense. Come in. Fong Ping sneered. The space rift closed instantly. At this moment, outside Mount Royal Sea, there were already shouts of killing. Not only that, Old Man Li brought some people and rushed toward the void, mausoleum, grotto heaven. As for Old Wang and the others, they did not enter this time. Instead, they blocked the passageway between the void, mausoleum, grotto heaven, and earth. Previously, Fang Ping asked people to look for the passageway to earth. The only one they found was the void, mausoleum, grotto heaven, because perfected Lord Dizhou came out from there. It was not suitable for them to appear here at this moment, appearing under the eyelids of more than 10 extinction devils. Money could move people's hearts. Even if these people had some reservations, they might not be able to hold back when they saw the divine weapon. However, Fang Ping was not too worried about Old Man Li. Although the old man also had a divine weapon now, the Sky Destroyer sword, if these people were really tempted, Fang Ping reminded them to throw away their swords. Snatched Song Mao's sword. It would be a waste of time. Fang Ping could not wait for someone to snatch it. Song Mao would take revenge. Even if he did not kill the other party, Fang Ping might be able to finish off the other party by following behind. Today, Fang Ping will annihilate the lands of the 3 major realms. The 3 realms will bear witness. At this moment, a deafening roar resounded throughout the North Lake catacombs. For the first time, humans roared so confidently that they would annihilate someone. All hail the King of Man! The roar rang out again. A large number of military martial artists erupted one after another. The sounds of killing shook the heavens. The catacombs' outer realm army was defeated. Outside Mount Royal Sea, Wu Quishan's eyes were fanatical. Holding a long sword, he was like a god of slaughter, killing his way into the catacombs' camp in an instant. With a few spluttering sounds, a few heads flew. Today he wanted to kill too. Universe, Bao, and the rest looked extremely ghastly. Initially, they thought it was just a deterrent. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? His expression changed. Ji Yao's face turned pale too. Fang Ping's order was to kill them all, and she was also trapped here. She did not expect this outcome. Fang Ping had no intention of ambushing them at all. He just wanted the resurrected martial artists to kill them openly. At this moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens both inside and outside the territory. Not only that, over there, Old Man Li led a group of people and directly attacked the void, mausoleum, grotto heaven. Without the paragons, the longevity swordsman was invincible. The situation of this battle had completely changed. Countless humans only felt satisfied, truly satisfied. How many years had it been since humans had felt so refreshed? Kill, kill. Not only were they evenly matched, but they were also superior to the enemy. As expected, following the King of Man into battle would never be stifled. One by one, the human powerhouses laughed wildly, ignoring the paragons, although they did not know why these paragons did not intervene. Since the King of Man dared to ask them not to retreat, then they dared to kill until blood flowed like a river. Chapter 1057. The sounds of killing, despair, and explosions today, the catacombs had countless casualties. The 50,000 human army had defeated hundreds of thousands of foreign troops and collapsed. A large number of catacombs martial artists fled, abandoning their armor. King, we've lost. Retreat, retreat, kill them all. Waves of desperate roars were heard. In the human army, everyone was excited, killing for a clear sky. Humans were strong because everyone was strong. Everyone dared to fight. Everyone had to fight. The king and the ministers took the lead and led all the powerhouses away. There were no high ranks participating in the catacombs. If they did not kill now, when would they wait? One army. The army directly under the Ministry of Education. The one army that Zhang Tao had spent decades to build. There were 38,000 people. Who was not Sino Nation's prodigy? These people were the greatest wealth left by Zhang Tao all these years. Seeds, elites, a group of martial artists with talent, ability, courage to kill, and willingness to fight. Fang Ping always thought that Zhang Tao was a pauper, but he only saw it on the surface. What Zhang Tao really left him were people, a group of people with ideals, dreams, and ability. The 4 departments and 4 prefectures, including martial arts universities. The elites of these places were the great wealth left by Zhang Tao. In the past 100 years of new martial arts, or rather, in these years when Zhang Tao was the minister, he was most proud of this group of people. Wu Quixin, Tian Mu, Tang Feng, Lu Fengru, these people had actually risen during Zhang Tao's era, and Fang Ping was just the icing on the cake. At this moment, following the disappearance of the King martial arts and the King martial arts, the humans fought bravely and stronger. Their morale was also extremely high. In the Wuhan army, a large number of martial artists showed signs of breakthrough. For some people, it was an accident, but when there were more people, it was inevitable. This was the foundation. One by one, the Wuhan army powerhouses broke through at this moment. Rank 4 broke rank 5, rank 5 broke rank 6, rank 6 broke rank 7. 100-man Wuhan army commander-in-chief was originally rank 6, but now he broke through rank 7 in an instant. As soon as he broke through rank 7, this person did not linger. He soared into the sky and headed straight for Mount Imperial Sea. He did not take the opportunity to kill those catacombs martial artists. These people were not his targets. They were whetstones. It was a whetstone to temper this army. This newly promoted rank 7 martial artist was full of fighting spirit, his vitality soaring to the heavens. Even from a distance, he looked excited and roared. Qin Tianlin, 3rd Battalion, 8th Regiment of Wuhan Army has broken through the front lines and is here to join the battle. In the crowd, Bei Gongyan, the commander of the Wuhan Army, killed a rank 8 martial artist with a single spear strike. He laughed and said, "Return to the team." Yes, the newly advanced Master Realm expert had no fear and instantly blended into the ranks of the Wuhan Army. There were many experts from the Wuhan Army who had made a breakthrough here. As soon as he arrived, someone drenched in blood came from behind. The blood on his body had not dried yet, and he roared, "MCMAU Year 4 student Yi Qing reporting for duty." Yi Qing, Lu Fengru's student and Fang Ping senior. The martial artist who had once walked the path of invincibility in rank 3 and failed. Today his momentum was like a rainbow. Rank 7. After being surpassed by many juniors, this senior, whom Fang Ping thought was a little wild when he first met him, had broken through to rank 7 today. In the crowd, Lu Fengru, who was injured, was overjoyed to see this. "Come here. My Lu Fengru's 2nd student has become a grandmaster. Today is my Lu Fengru's harvest day." Chun Yunqi was not considered her student. However, Fang Ping had become a human king, and Yi Qing had become a grandmaster. This was the only one in MCMAU. Lu Fengru laughed heartily and boldly. She had not been so happy in a long time. Yi Qing also smiled and said, "Instructor, today is the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, someone laughed and said, "MCMAU instructor, Liang Fenghua has broken through in front of the formation. Instructor, I'm here." Liang Fenghua was 2 years older than Fang Ping. He was also the 2nd student under Lu Fengru, after Fang Ping, who had broken through to middle rank. He was slightly stronger than Yi Qing before, but he did not break through to rank 7 when MCMAU and martial arts were integrated. Now, after a round of fighting, he had broken through to rank 7. He also had a younger brother, Liang Huabao. At this moment, someone laughed and said, "Brother, Yi Qing, you guys didn't wait for me." "Instructor, I'm here too." High rank. In one day, 3 students under Lu Fengru had broken through to high rank, including Fang Ping and Qin Yunqi. There were 5 of them. As for Zhao Xuemei, she was not here. However, if Zhao Xuemei did not die, she would have become a grandmaster by now. 6 grandmaster-level students. Lu Fengru laughed unknowingly. In the crowd, Tang Feng saw this and roared. The next moment, Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaomen shouted, "Instructor, we're here." Both of them had achieved rank 7 before this. Now that Lion Tang was shouting, both of them immediately understood that the instructor was unhappy. With so many grandmasters under Lu Fengru, both of them had to show off. However, Tang Feng could not be bothered with them. It was not a breakthrough in front of the formation. He had broken through long ago. There was no sense of surprise. At this moment, Tang Feng roared, "Tangwen, what are you doing? My daughter hasn't even reached rank 7? Far away, Tangwen, who was bathed in blood, had a flash of helplessness on her young face. What was Dad doing? She, Tangwen, had just turned 20 this year. She was still a sophomore. It was already impressive enough that she could achieve rank 6. In the end, Dad actually despised her. She was younger than Zhao Lei and the others. They had just broken through to rank 7. She was fast, okay? She was also currently the number 1 among the sophomores. A peak rank 6 martial artist. One had to know that the current MCMAU legend and human legend, Fang Ping, had also broken through to Grandmaster in July near the end of his sophomore year. It was only late March now. If she, Tangwen, broke through, she would break Fang Ping's record and become the youngest Grandmaster powerhouse in the world. Tangwen did not even dare to think about it. However, at this moment, Tang Feng dared to imagine that this mad lion was extremely confident and arrogant today. From a distance, he was crazily killing the catacombs' powerhouses while shouting, "Break through for me! If you don't break through today, you'll change your surname. You're not allowed to use my surname." Since Fang Ping entered the university, he had never won against Fang Ping or Lu Fengru. Today he had to win at least once. His daughter had to break Fang Ping's record for him. Although times had changed and Fang Ping had contributed greatly to Tang Wen's advancement to rank 6, no matter what, he had to break the record first. After Fang Ping had advanced to rank 7, especially now, many young powerhouses had emerged. A large number of records had been broken, including many of the records that Fang Ping had set himself. However, the fastest rank 7 record had not been broken. He had to let his daughter break it. The key point was that Lu Fengru had so many rank 7s under her. He, Tang Feng, could not fall behind. Lu Fengru could not be bothered with him, but she still shouted, "Lu Mengyao, under my tutor, you're the only non-high rank. Work harder." She only had so many students. Zhao Xuemei. In Lu Fengru's opinion, Zhao Xuemei might have achieved rank 7 long ago. Now, the only one who had not achieved rank 7 was Lu Mengyao. Today, her unconquerable Wu's tutor was going to be all high ranks. The two of them roared incessantly as they fought each other. On the other side, Wu Quishan kept sending Universe, Bao flying backward with one slash of his sword. He laughed and said, "What's there to fight for? You can talk about it when you're stronger. Do you think it's that easy to be suppressed by your students?" Both of them were rank 8. Did they expect a second guy to surpass them? Wu Quishan was also laughing heartily at this moment. With a long sword in hand, he killed the 5 rank 9s around him until they bled continuously. "How dare you guys bully humans in a same-rank battle? I'll kill 10 of you alone." Wu Quishan had really reached the peak of his Tao. Universe, Bao was also a rank 9 powerhouse. Right now, he had even joined forces with the other 4 rank 9s and unleashed a combined attack combat technique. His combat strength had skyrocketed, surpassing the limits of rank 9. However, against Wu Quishan, he was still sent flying backward. Wu Quishan's Tao was slightly different. There were 2 layers to his Tao. The outer layer wrapped around the catacombs' true king, Tao, that Fang Ping had seized back then. The inner layer was his own Tao. Right now, the outer layer even seemed to be about to break through. If Wu Quishan had not been suppressing this Tao previously, wanting to step into the peak together with his own Tao, he could have taken someone else's Tao directly and advanced to the peak. However, later on, when he wanted to succeed, it was already impossible. However, Today, this mysterious Jade True King's Tao seemed to be about to break through, and his own Tao was about to break through too. Trash. Not enough. 5 people are not enough. I'll give you a chance. Bei Gongyan, let a few people come over. As soon as he said that, Bei Gongyan did not hesitate. He opened an opening and let a few rank 9s come over. The other party had to come. If they did not come, the big water buffalo Li Wuji behind them would kill them. Li Wuji was very excited that he did not need to fight a paragon. He also worked very hard. When he started killing people, he was incomparably crazy. The few rank 9s had no choice but to join Universe Bao. Universe Bao's expression was extremely gloomy. His previous plan was completely ruined. His previous idea had become a complete joke. Fong Ping did not attack him at all. However, the Mount Royal Sea Monster clan had joined forces with human reinforcements. There were countless powerhouses. Instead, they were defeated. Right now, a few rank 9s had gathered. Universe Bao did not use the combined attack combat technique. He felt it. Wu Quishan wanted to use his hand to break through. He was not the only one who felt it. At this moment, the powerhouses who were watching the battle from all directions felt it too. Wei Shinjiangyu raised his eyebrows slightly. The human world has really surprised me. As expected, this Snake King, whose fame was overshadowed by King Man and MCMAU's longevity sword, is going to advance soon. At the mention of MCMAU, the first person that came to mind was Fong Ping. The second was the extremely powerful longevity sword. As for Snake King, before they rose, he was MCMAU's pillar. However, he was gradually left behind in the later stages. Today, however, there was hope for Snake King to advance to the Paragon. In a situation where the number of powerhouses in the 3 realms was greatly reduced, one more Paragon was more important than before. On the other side, Wanggu Mountain Qing, Hua, frowned slightly. The human world has another powerhouse. As she said that, she looked at the others. Yes, everyone knew about some of Fong Ping's previous statements, including the scene where he schemed against Di Hui. Evil sects were very powerful. Evil sects had good stuff. Fong Ping could strip the Heavenly Dog Avenue. The others might not be able to do it. However, was it really appropriate to let the powerhouses of the human world become stronger? The others advanced to rank 7. Rank 8, they did not care. However, advancing to the Paragon really could not be indifferent. Everyone looked at each other. On the other side, Furchuan said slowly, "Everyone, if Snake King advances, the pressure on Fong Ping will be greatly reduced." Everyone looked at him. Yes, you should make a move. Everyone did not want to make a move now. Moreover, the evil sect was currently the biggest threat. If Snake King really advanced, he would only be a beginner. Everyone could actually tolerate it. However, if Furchuan made a move, maybe they could watch a bigger show. Seeing this, Furchuan's expression turned serious. None of them made a move. They were all waiting for him to make a move. He made a move. If it was another time, he would definitely make a move. But now he dared not. He was not afraid of Fong Ping's revenge. He was afraid that if he failed here, he would not be able to complete Li Zhu's entrustment. Today, Sky Plant's royal court had a few desperation realms. However, Tianyu was a demon. King Huai betrayed Li Zhu and sought refuge with the 2 kings. There was still a paragon in the affiliated dynasty. If he died, could Li Yi take charge of the royal court? Stop joking. Li Yi would be the second Ji Yao. She would be even more miserable than Ji Yao. Without him, the royal court would probably be in chaos. Even though he knew that Wu Quishan would become a huge problem when he became a paragon, the Right God General was still struggling, feeling a little depressed. Fong Ping's plan succeeded. Everyone was afraid of something. They were all waiting for something to give Fong Ping and the others a chance to grow stronger. Otherwise, if Wu Quishan made a move now, he, Furchuan, would be the first to kill him. Furchuan's mind was filled with thoughts. Finally, he closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. If he continued watching, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and make a move. Fong Ping. Fang Ping gave him the feeling that he was more difficult to deal with than Zhang Tao. Seeing Furchuan close his eyes, the others looked at each other. Their eyes flickered, but they did not say anything. Furchuan did not make a move. The greatest enemy force of mankind had chosen to ignore it. If they made a move now, would they not be letting others take advantage of it? At this moment, Wu Quishan seemed to have sensed something. He laughed out loud. Universe Bao useless. You're afraid that I'll become a paragon? Then I'll show you. Break. A loud roar resounded through the sky. Wu Quishan's aura suddenly skyrocketed. In the sky, a great path appeared. A shadow appeared between heaven and earth, as if it covered the entire North Lake catacombs. Wu Quishan walked with his sword in hand. The great path roared. He broke through. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed. With a swing of his sword, 4 of the nearly 10 rank 9s who surrounded him were killed by his sword. He was about to continue when Furchuan opened his eyes and said lightly, "Enough!" Fang Ping said the paragons will not participate in the battle. Snake King, are you going to break your promise in front of all the powerhouses? At this moment, true Lord Earthly Wisdom was also frowning. Paragons did not participate in the battle. Wu Quishan broke through, even if he had not completed his transformation yet. Wu Quishan turned his head to look at him. He smiled, baring his teeth. Furchuan, you've just broken through not long ago. Why don't you spar with me? You. Furchuan was cold. He had been a rank 9 for many years. Even if he had just broken through not long ago, he was not a weak paragon. Am I not enough? At that moment, when Wu Quishan broke through, although his aura had become much stronger, the movement was average. It was not too big. It was just a path that had been taken. Everyone could see that even if Wu Quishan became a paragon, his foundation was not weak. He was not a weak paragon, but he was not strong either. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled slightly. Crack! There seemed to be lightning flashing in the North Lake catacombs. At this moment, beside the path that had not dissipated in the void just now, another path suddenly appeared. The moment this path appeared, it was like a giant snake swallowing the path that had just walked 1,000 meters away. It swallowed it directly. Wu Quishan had learned Xian Yu's Tao in order to nourish his own Tao. They used to think that walking the second path was very powerful. But now it was just like that. Walking 1,000 meters away from the second path was only equivalent to walking 500 meters on the first path. However, at this moment, Wu Quishan's own path had broken through. It had already exceeded 1,000 meters. After swallowing the path that had broken through earlier, it suddenly extended a section. It was less than 500 meters, about 300 meters. In addition to the original expansion, almost in the blink of an eye, the path had reached 1,500 meters. The aura on Wu Quishan's body instantly became stronger. It even vaguely surpassed the Right God General. Wu Quishan had a faint smile on his face. He advanced to rank 9 from rank 8 6th refinement. Back then, in order to achieve rank 9 as soon as possible, he did not wait until rank 7. However, later on, Fang Ping became rich. As the vice-chancellor, he really benefited a lot. In rank 9, he used the imperishable substance to hone his golden body to peak 7th refinement. Peak 7th refinement, 120,000 calories vitality. When he advanced to rank 9, his vitality increased by about 20,000 calories. When he reached peak rank 9, his vitality increased by about 50,000 calories. Now that he had broken through to peak, his vitality increased by another 50,000 calories. Of course, he had not completed the transformation yet. Logically speaking, after he completed the transformation, his basic vitality would at least be 240,000 calories. In fact, it was more than that. He had taken 2 paths. Achieving peak in the first path would also bring him some enhancement. After he stabilized, 250,000 calories was not a problem. In other words, after Wu Quishan stabilized his realm, his vitality doubled and could reach a rank 9's million cal vitality. At this moment, he was more than doubled. 1,500 meters path, 105% enhancement. At this moment, although Wu Quishan had not completed the transformation and did not reach a million cal vitality, he was rapidly approaching a million. The right divine general had just broken through not long ago. Even if his foundation was not bad, his path had not reached 1,500 meters. Both of them were about the same. In reality, it was slightly worse because the right divine general did not manage to advance his golden body to peak 7th refinement. At this moment, Wu Quishan's aura instantly surpassed his. Wu Quishan laughed lightly. "Furchuan, how do you feel now?" He took a step forward. The void shattered and appeared in front of Furchuan in an instant. He did not use his divine weapon anymore. A vitality sword appeared in his hand. The sword pierced through the void and attacked Furchuan. "Today, I, Wu Quishan, have achieved peak. Congratulations on defeating Furchuan." He did not say that he could kill Furchuan. He did not have the ability to do so. Killing Furchuan, other than a freak like Fong Ping who had the right to say that he could kill someone of the same rank, other people should not say this before they walked 3,000 to 5,000 meters. Even if he was defeating one of the Catacombs' legendary 3 divine generals, was still extremely confident. At this moment, the humans who did not understand before suddenly cheered wildly. "Congratulations to Minister Wu! Congratulations to the Snake King! Congratulations to the humans!" Cheers resounded throughout heaven and earth. Humans once again had an impasse powerhouse. They were ecstatic. Destiny Royal Court was truly in despair. Wu Quishan had achieved peak. Not only had he succeeded, but he was also not the weakest. At this moment, Wu Quishan attacked with his sword. Even Furchuan, at this moment, had a solemn expression on his face. He snorted softly and waved his fist to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. This was not enough. In the next moment, Wu Quishan suddenly separated a sword aura and laughed. "King Huai, you too. That day, I wanted to kill that Sky Gate City Lord, that bastard. You dared to stop me. Today, I will collect some interest from you. Arrogant." King Huai was furious. The Snake King actually wanted to fight 1 against 2. Did he really think that he was so great just because he had achieved peak? King Huai roared and attacked with his halberd. The 3 powerhouses in the blink of an eye were entangled together. Wu Quishan was no match for the 2 of them, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was just looking for an excuse to quickly hone himself so that he could quickly adapt to peak combat strength, so that he would not have to waste a lot of time getting used to it. As for King Huai and Furchuan, both of them were not considered strong. If they wanted to kill him, it would not be that easy. Wu Quishan looked arrogant, but in fact he had a plan in mind. These 2 people would only become his whetstones. Wu Quishan laughed heartily as he fought. "Minister Fong, I have already reached peak, fighting 1 against 2, defeating 2 peak heavenly plants. Are you still not done on your side?" Furchuan and King Huai both snorted coldly. Resurrected martial artists might not be good at anything else, but they were good at bragging. Wu Quishan fought 1 against 2 and was beaten by both of them until his golden body was cracking. How could he have the cheek to say that he had defeated both of them? They were fighting over there. In the space battlefield, Fong Ping and True Lord Yunsheng were also fighting fiercely. Fong Ping's golden body was broken. Although True Lord Yunsheng's golden body was not broken, his face was pale, and he looked worse than Fong Ping. At this time, Wu Quishan's voice was heard. Fong Ping heard it and laughed. "Amazing! If that's the case, then I won't play with you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping's golden body returned to its original state. Not only that, The origin chi that had been consumed previously was also recovered in the blink of an eye. In just a moment, Fong Ping had recovered to his peak. Sensing this scene, true Lord Yunsheng's expression changed. Without another word, he quickly flew toward the entrance of the space battlefield. He did not want to continue. Fong Ping could even recover his origin chi. If this went on, he would be exhausted to death. Run. Can you run now? Fong Ping laughed. At this moment, he attacked. It was no longer a long dragon that appeared. At this moment, in the void, dozens of long dragons formed a net, wrapping true Lord Yunsheng up in an instant. Fong Ping waved his saber in the air, slashing again and again, his eyes bright. Fighting is the best way to improve. So it can be like this. True Lord Yunsheng, thank you for letting me realize so much. Energy recombination. The deduction of combat techniques. There are countless ways to arrange hundreds of thousands of vitality. However, what if, after the deduction of combat techniques, the energy dragons formed were recombined according to the original method? In other words, what if he struck hundreds of thousands of long vitality dragons, using the long dragon as the energy unit and recombine them again? Normal people would not do this, and there was no way to do it. One long dragon was the full power of a paragon. Even if it could be replenished, forming a second one would require time. However, Fong Ping did not need it. As long as he had his wealth, it was unlimited. Even if his vitality and mentality were depleted, and he needed hundreds of thousands of wealth to replenish it, it was nothing. At this moment, Fong Ping began experimenting with his combat techniques. The god-slaying saber technique charged out and gathered into a long energy dragon. Fong Ping waved his saber again and again. If it was a normal divine weapon, even a desperate divine weapon, it might not be able to withstand it. However, a divine weapon, even a broken divine weapon, was extremely powerful. Streaks of long energy dragons condensed on the saber. Fong Ping wanted to use these long dragons to form an even more powerful god-slaying saber technique. At this moment, true Lord Yunsheng's expression changed drastically. What was this? This kind of combat method was unheard of. However, in the void, those long dragons were combining at this moment, as if to form a huge saber. Even if it had not formed yet, it was already a fatal threat to him. It was very dangerous. Once the long saber was formed, he felt that he could not block the saber. However, Fong Ping's eyes were bright. It could really be done. However, it was difficult to control. Vitality was too powerful. His mentality was actually showing signs of being unable to control it. This was normal. It had exceeded his limits. Previously, he felt that his mentality was not too affected. But at this moment, Fong Ping knew that there were still shackles. I don't need hundreds of thousands of them. If 100 long dragons combine to form the god-slaying saber, I have the confidence to slay him. Fong Ping's eyes shone brighter. At this moment, while preventing true Lord Yunsheng from escaping, he perfected his god-slaying saber technique. In the space battlefield, the long saber's aura was already so powerful that it shook the space. True Lord Yunsheng's face was deathly pale. He no longer had any intention to continue fighting. He flew in all directions frantically. He wanted to escape from this godforsaken place. Chapter 1058. Since you're here, don't leave. Fong Ping's speed was also extremely fast. No matter which direction Yunsheng tried to break out from, he was quickly repelled by Fong Ping. Fong Ping chuckled. Don't run. Take this. It's my first time using this move. How about giving me a chance? If you don't die, I won't kill you. No matter what, you're still at the top. You won't die so easily. Yunsheng cursed in his heart. Take a blow from you? This was not an ordinary slash. If it was Fong Ping's own full-force slash, he would dare to take it. However, the Chongdao that Fong Ping was condensing now was not a problem of hundreds of thousands of cards. Fong Ping's own explosive force had already surpassed a weak paragon. At this moment, every single dragon was an all-out attack from a weak peak expert. How many have they formed? 9. If Fang Ping could complete his control, it would mean that 9 weak paragons had launched an attack on him at the same time. Of course, there were also many problems. Fang Ping felt like he was losing control. His control over his strength was slipping. Even so, Yun Sheng did not dare to take the attack head-on. He wasn't at the top of the world. If it was a top-notch paragon, he would have defeated Fang Ping directly. He would not have given him the time to condense one dragon after another. However, he was only on par with Fang Ping. Now that Fang Ping's combat strength was at its peak, he could not stop him at all. Seeing the enemy preparing to kill him with a big move, this feeling was simply too overwhelming. Fang Ping. Yun Sheng was once again repelled by Fang Ping. At this moment, his eyes were also red. He roared furiously. That day, King Wu once said that the bounded boundaries have contributed to mankind. It was even said that there was a way to survive in a domain. Today, I will make use of this chance. All the experts of the 3 realms heard it that day. If you humans go back on your word, who would dare to believe you in the future? Fang Ping seemed to be deep in thought. He did not delay in condensing a long dragon. After a while, he said, "You want to live?" Yun Sheng's face was ashen, but he still said, "Stop fighting now." "You want to live?" Fang Ping asked again. Yun Sheng's expression became even more unsightly. With a livid face, he said, "I want to live." The moment he said those words, he lost all his face. However, in order to survive, how could he care about that? Fang Ping laughed. "It's not difficult if you want to live. However, I remember that day. King Wu said to spare your sect master, not you. Moreover, didn't you kill that one from the Yang family?" Although he was not on good terms with the Yang family, the Yang family was the Yang family, and the Yang family's old ancestor was the Yang family's old ancestor. In the past, it was said that the Yang family's elder ancestor had betrayed the sect. Fang Ping felt that the people from the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven had killed the Yang family's elder ancestor. It was hard to say whether this was right or wrong, but now they were in a different position and from a different perspective. Naturally, they felt that the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven was in the wrong. "You killed that one from the Yang family, causing the other members of the Yang family to vent their anger on me. Speaking of which, the greatest sin I have caused in the human world is also your fault. If the Yang family old ancestor didn't die, there wouldn't have been any problems. Tell me, aren't you all hateful?" Fang Ping was all smiles, but true Lord Cloudborn said angrily he betrayed the sect and wanted to kill the sect leader to seize the sect leader's origin. He is the sect leader's disciple. What's wrong with the sect leader killing him? He could admit to anything else, but to say that he had wrongly killed the Yang family's old ancestor, Yun Sheng felt that he could not admit to it. A martial artist who had betrayed the sect deserved to be killed. Fang Ping smiled. "Then did you ask me?" True Lord Cloudborn was furious. "You? Who did you think you were then? Was there a need to ask you? Moreover, didn't you know who killed the other members of the Yang family?" "Fang Ping, what do you want?" Yun Sheng's eyes were dark. "Don't forget when you came to the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, Li Hansong and the others trespassed into the Immortal Palace. It wasn't easy for them, so the sect leader didn't kill them. As for what happened after, it was a battle of orthodoxy, a battle of power. Now the sect leader has followed King Wu and the others into the Divine Cemetery, and the sect leader was even eaten by King Wu. Do you still want to implicate everyone in the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven?" As he said that, he looked at the Changdao that was getting stronger and stronger, unable to suppress his panic. Fang Ping seemed to be thinking about something. Soon he said, "Then I'll give you a chance. You can live, but you have to surrender. I won't let an apex who is hostile to me be active in the 3 realms. Are you confident that you can block this saber? If you surrender, you might not die. If you don't surrender, you will die for sure." At this point, do you still not understand? You are the blood sacrifice that the other powerhouses of the three realms gave me. Believe it or not, even if you escape this saber of mine, you will die for sure today. Yun Sheng's face was pale. Since the beginning of the battle, none of the other powerhouses had made a move. He had long understood, but he still did not understand. Why? Fong Ping smiled quickly. Because I have a big secret to tell them. Everyone needs this secret. They all need me to live. Of course, you can also share the secret. If I want you to surrender, just say it. I need you to be a pathfinder. Fong Ping's eyes were bright. I want to go to the cult headquarters, but it's very dangerous, so I need powerhouses to scout the way. If you surrender, then you still have a chance to live. After the pathfinder is successful, you might be able to escape. Yun Sheng, do you choose to die now or choose to take a gamble? Pathfinder. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng's expression was strange. He said darkly, Fong Ping, do you think I will believe you? Believe it or not. Fong Ping smiled. My saber will fall after 3 counts. If you don't die, it's okay. I still have the means to sever Taoism. If you have the confidence to escape, I'll consider you powerful. Fong Ping had almost never lost when fighting against martial artists of the same strength. Unlimited recovery. This was his biggest advantage. At this moment, his Changdao had already condensed and formed, shaking the entire origin space. Yun Sheng's gaze was complicated. Should he block the saber? Or surrender? If he surrendered, he would be at the mercy of others. If he blocked the saber, or if he seized the moment when Fong Ping attacked, there was still a slight hope of escaping. It was a choice that made people struggle. The Changdao descended slowly. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng was still making the final struggle, but Fong Ping was impatient. His eyes moved. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng grunted, the origin qi on his body fluctuating. However, he had been guarding against Fong Ping. Fong Ping suddenly attacked his Taoism. Although it was a little sudden, he still blocked it. However, this was the first time. If Fong Ping went on like this, he would definitely not be able to withstand the pincer attack. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng struggled in his heart again, while Fong Ping started counting. When Perfected Lord Yun Sheng heard that, a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. Very quickly, he said in a muffled voice, I can help you scout the way, but will you really let me go? Fong Ping chuckled. Good luck. If you enter the cult headquarters and you don't die, and I don't have time to kill you, of course, you have a chance to escape. But if you die, or if I have the chance to kill you, I will definitely kill you. It's that simple. Do you want to bet or not? If Fong Ping really said that he would let him go, he would not believe it. However, when he said it like this, he actually believed it. Fong Ping continued, Don't think about joining the cult. It's useless. I discovered the cult's biggest secret and killed my way into their headquarters. If the cult dares to accept you at this time, then the cult is an idiot. So, whether you live or die, it all depends on your strength and luck. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng took a deep breath and said slowly, All right, then I agree. Fong Ping, you can let me go now. Fong Ping looked at him like he was an idiot, laughed, and said, Are you dreaming? If you surrender, I will use my origin qi to confine you. When we reach the cult headquarters, you can scout the way. Once you enter the cult headquarters, you can escape my origin qi confinement. Do you think I'm an idiot? Let you go at this time? Are you an idiot, or am I? Origin qi confinement. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng's expression changed slightly. Fong Ping said again, That's right. I want to set up an origin saber, like this in your source world. If you run, I will cut off your source. Don't think that I don't know how to do this. It was very difficult for Fong Ping to confine martial artists. However, now that he had the source world, he also had the means. He used origin qi to set up a material like Changdao in the other party's source world. He could detonate it instantly and cut it down. Even if Yun Sheng did not die, he would be seriously injured and the source world would be destroyed. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng was still hesitating. He was putting his life in Fang Ping's hands. Fang Ping's gaze turned cold and sharp in an instant. The Changdao descended rapidly, feeling that sharp qi dynamic, feeling that Fang Ping had locked onto him. There was a sharp glint in perfected Lord Yun Sheng's eyes. He said quickly, "All right, I agree. Fang Ping, don't you ever let me escape." Otherwise, in the depths of perfected Lord Yun Sheng's eyes, resentment flashed and disappeared. Explore the way to the evil sect? He might not die. Even if the evil sect would make use of him, at that time his chances of survival would be higher than now. That's more like it. Fang Ping laughed and said quickly, "Open up your source world and let me in. You can also try to defeat me in the source world." Perfected Lord Yun Sheng said nothing. Very soon, he took the initiative to lead Fang Ping into his source world. In the source world, when he saw Fang Ping's source world, perfected Lord Yun Sheng's expression changed again and again. What was that? A city? There was actually a city in Fang Ping's source world. He had actually integrated a city into the source world. No wonder he was so powerful. Very soon he saw something special. He saw a path. It was a very, very wide path. Back then, Fang Ping had taken a shorter path. The others did not see anything, but today he saw it. A path that was a few thousand meters wide. As for the length, unless one stood at the path of the origin Tao, they could not see anything. But the width alone was enough to shock him. Someone's path was so wide. The width of the path represented potential. Many people knew about this. Almost everyone understood it, but everyone could not even walk a long path. Who had more energy and origin chi to widen the path, unless it was a martial artist who had reached the end of the path. At this time, for the sake of the future, to continue extending the path, they would try to widen the path. Others would not do it. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng's expression changed again and again. In the next moment, he was horrified. Fang Ping was condensing a saber that was the same as the outside world. A large amount of origin chi was consumed by him. 100 clouds, 500 clouds, 1,000 clouds. When he saw this, perfected Lord Yun Sheng extinguished the thought of defeating Fang Ping here. This guy was too scary. Origin chi could be recovered indefinitely. It was so scary that it made him despair. Fang Ping ignored him and continued condensing the Changdao. If one was not enough, then 2, 3, a total of 9 Changdao condensed, forming a large formation, locking Yun Sheng's floating island in place. Fang Ping checked it and smiled. If this saber slashes down, it will destroy your origin world directly. Do you think it will explode? Perfected Lord Yun Sheng's face was cold. He did not say a word. If the origin world explodes, will Tao explode? Will people explode? A bright smile appeared on Fang Ping's face. His smile made perfected Lord Yun Sheng vaguely feel a sense of foreboding. Was it inappropriate for him to surrender without putting up a fight? Was Fang Ping going to kill him now? If Fang Ping really wanted to kill him, the probability of him dying with that slash just now was not small. Why go through the trouble and consume so much origin chi? Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, "It will probably explode?" The power of the explosion is not small. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng was getting more and more uneasy. Fang Ping smiled. If one can't do it, what about 4? Yun Sheng, have you seen fireworks before? Fang Ping suddenly changed the topic. Perfected Lord Yun Sheng's eyes flickered. He said gloomily, "No. It's the kind that is very bright, very dazzling. With a bang, it explodes and a flower blooms in the sky." Fang Ping smiled. "Don't move, or else you'll become a firework." As he said that, Fang Ping's figure flashed and appeared outside the origin world. At this moment, the Changdao was still there and had not dissipated. Perfected Lord Yin Sheng opened his eyes too. He looked at Fong Ping, his gaze increasingly gloomy and uncertain. What did Fong Ping mean by what he said just now? Just as he was deep in thought, Fong Ping floated toward him and grabbed him, making him slightly annoyed. Don't move. I still have something to do. I'll go out later. After saying that, Fong Ping closed his eyes again. Seeing him close his eyes, perfected Lord Yunsheng frowned. What was this fellow doing? Had he entered his own origin world? If he ambushed him now, however, looking at the Changdao aimed at him in the sky, as well as the 9 origin Qi Changdao in the origin world, perfected Lord Yunsheng gave up on the idea of ambushing him. At this moment, Fong Ping was not entering his own origin world. He had just been inspired. He still had 3 human bombs. He wanted to set up this kind of origin saber in the 3 elders' origin worlds. Then he would not cut them off, but he would destroy their origin worlds. If the origin worlds of 4 paragons were destroyed at the same time, Fong Ping felt that this kind of power would be horrifying. However, controlling these origin sabers was also related to mentality. Fong Ping realized that mentality seemed to be quite important. He still had to continue improving it. Right now, it was too difficult for him to improve his mentality. When his mentality reached 10,000 hertz, the improvement was extremely slow. His origin Dao was less than 1,000 meters, and he did not move much. Even if it reached 1,000 meters, the other paragons would only increase their mentality by about 1,000 hertz after walking 1,000 meters. Mentality is still slightly related to the degree of power control. The stronger the mentality, the easier it is to control the power. Thinking about this, Fong Ping did not delay. The 3 resentful elders had almost no room to resist now. Their origin worlds were also very dispirited. Fong Ping set up the grand formation easily, but the consumption was not small. 1,000 clouds, that was 100 million wealth points. 9 sabers, that was 900 million points. Just this origin formation for the 4 of them had consumed Fong Ping's 6 billion wealth points. Previously, when fighting with Earthly Wisdom and Yunsheng, he had also consumed a few 100 million. Until now, he had consumed 4 billion wealth points. As for Fong Ping's wealth, he was only left with 26 billion points. I haven't finished harvesting Huatong Mountain. I can still go there, but the Void Mausoleum, Grotto Heaven, I might not have the chance to harvest. Fong Ping felt that those powerhouses might not give him the chance to harvest. Once Yunsheng was dead, even if these people did not attack him, they would still attack to snatch those treasures. If I give it to you, I'd rather blow it up. Fong Ping thought about something else. Who should he blow up with these 4 paragon bombs? Earthly Wisdom? If I blow up the others, I might be surrounded and attacked. If I blow up Earthly Wisdom, she's an evil sect disciple. The evil sect is powerful. If I blow her up, then so be it. But Earthly Wisdom is dead, and there's no one to lead the way. That's good too. If I really want to lead the way, I don't dare to go to the evil sect headquarters now. Fong Ping had confirmed his target. Now, everything was considered ready. This time, if he killed Earthly Wisdom, then he would have killed 5 paragons at once. Including Earthly Wisdom, that'll be 6. Old Zhang probably didn't expect this. Not long after he left, I've killed 6 paragons. The humans have 1 more peak level expert, but if I kill them, the others will probably be frightened too. They won't surround and kill me, right? Fong Ping thought about it again and again. He felt that it was necessary to contact the old cat. In his mind, the old cat said, "Big cat, meet me at the entrance of the North Lake Catacombs later. When you meet me, let's forget about what happened before. Otherwise, when we go back, I'll deduct your cat food." In his mind, the old cat's lifeless face appeared, saying pitifully, "Liar, I'm so tired. I've put in so much effort, and you still want to deduct my food. You have a bad conscience." Fong Ping nodded, saying matter-of-factly, Of course, I'm in debt. If I die, who'll pay for your debt? The one who owes the debt is the boss, don't you know that? That's why you meet me. That's why there's cat food. Isn't this a matter of course? The old cat raised its head, its face scrunched up. What he said was true. Forget it, forget it. I'm here. If worst comes to worst, I'll just run away with the liar. All right. After responding, the old cat asked curiously, Liar, what are you going to do? Release fireworks. When the old cat heard that, its eyes widened. Fireworks? It felt that it had a good show to watch. In the next moment, the old cat disappeared. It had to get ready. It was going to record it so that it could watch the fireworks. It disappeared. Fong Ping did not care about it. Very soon, Fong Ping exited the source world. At this moment, Yun Sheng looked at him, frowning slightly. He felt that Fong Ping's gaze was a little strange. Fong Ping smiled and said, Go out. You're lucky this time. I was going to kill you. Yun Sheng said nothing. In the next moment, both of them appeared outside the space battlefield. However, the space battlefield was not closed. Fong Ping restrained his aura. The vitality saber that he had just condensed was still hidden inside. The explosion of 4 absolute virulent origins might not be able to kill the Earth Wisdom. However, with this saber and him suddenly cutting off her Tao, Fong Ping did not believe that he could not kill this woman with the 3-pronged attack. She actually targeted Old Wang and the rest. This was very dangerous. Divine weapon. Divine weapons could move people's hearts. Others might not have the guts, but the evil sect did. If he did not show up earlier, Old Wang and the rest might be in danger. Outside the space battlefield. When they saw Fong Ping escorting Yunxing out, everyone was a little shocked. Did he capture true Lord Yunsheng? Capturing a paragon was more difficult than killing him. Of course, Yunsheng was afraid of death. Being captured should be easier than killing him. However, at least Fong Ping had caused true Lord Yunsheng's life to be in danger. That was why true Lord Yunsheng was at the mercy of others. Otherwise, this scene would not have happened. They were shocked. At this moment, Wu Quishan flew back quickly and said in surprise, Why didn't you kill him? Fong Ping's fierce words earlier were earth-shattering. He must kill him. He must destroy the void mausoleum grotto heaven. Now, although he had captured the other party, it still made him feel a little uncomfortable if he did not destroy the other party. Of course, very soon, Wu Quishan stopped talking about this. Fong Ping must have his own considerations. Fong Ping did not continue the conversation. Instead, he looked toward the outer realm and smiled. Well done. I'll give everyone 10 minutes. Finish off your opponents quickly and retreat from the catacombs. It's not your battlefield anymore. As soon as he said that, Jiang Yu and the rest glanced at Fong Ping, then at Yunsheng. After thinking for a while, Qing Hua said in a cold voice, Fong Ping, since you've captured true Lord Yunsheng, it's time to talk about what happened before. Having said that, she added, As for Mount Luofu and Mount Huitong, they're very powerful. Not only are you not their match, you've also destroyed these grotto heavens. Fong Ping, think twice before you act. Don't push your luck. Fong Ping looked at her in surprise. He smiled. Qing Hua, are you talking to me? Qing Hua frowned slightly. Fong Ping's gaze was cold. If you dare to talk to me like that again, believe it or not, you'll be the next one to be destroyed. Do you think Wang Wu has fewer enemies than me? I've tolerated you time and time again. If you continue to be impudent, don't blame me for not looking at the owner when I beat the dog. Qing Hua was furious, but she knew Fong Ping's personality. She said angrily, I'm just reminding you. If you want to die, do as you please. Luofu and Huitong were not comparable to the void, mausoleum, grotto heaven. The void, mausoleum grotto heaven was not ranked high among the 36 grotto heavens. As for Mount Luofu, it was one of the 10 grotto heavens. Mount Huatong was the leader of the 36 Grotto Heavens. The powerhouses who stayed behind were all stronger than Fong Ping. Why did Fong Ping bite everyone he could? If it was not related to the Heavenly Emperor's Tao, who would care about Fong Ping's life or death? Fong Ping ignored her. He looked toward the outside of Mount Yuhai again and shouted, "Make it quick! Heaven's Fate Royal Court is just a bunch of trash. Kill them all and go home. Don't delay business." Having said that, Fong Ping looked around and smiled. "Let's talk business. How about let's not waste time? How about you guys help me kill these trash? Or should I do it myself? How about we talk business later?" As soon as he said that, many paragons looked toward Yu Bao and the others. Yes, it was time to talk business. These ants below the paragons, no matter how many there were still ants. There was no need to waste time for them. Yu Bao was terrified. Wu Quishan killed a few rank 9s with 1 slash earlier. He was strong and did not die. But now, their side had suffered heavy losses. But now, Fong Ping wanted to make it quick. Those powerhouses did not seem to care about their lives. At this moment, Yu Bao was really terrified. Am I going to die here? At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly laughed. Forget it. Kill the others and let Yu Bao and Ji Yao go. Ji Yao, Phoenix's injury is almost healed. I'll get someone to escort it back. After killing Yu Bao's subordinates, you should be able to gather the royal court's forces. Yu Bao, I'll spare your worthless life. When you go back, listen to Ji Yao's orders and help her reorganize the royal court. Otherwise, you'll die next time. Yu Bao's face was livid. It was not Fong Ping, but Ji Yao. Ji Yao. Ji Yao was plotting against the royal court. Was she crazy? The people here today were all royal court powerhouses. If they all died here, the royal court's strength would plummet. This crazy woman. Damn it. He should have killed her long ago. He was furious. Ji Yao's expression changed. Fong Ping. What was he doing? If he did not kill Yu Bao, even if she returned with Yu Bao, today's news would definitely be leaked. She would be in even more trouble. She might be killed by the enraged royal court powerhouses. She would still die. As she was thinking, Fong Ping smiled and said, Ji Yao is under my protection. When she returns to Destiny Royal Court, whoever dares to kill her will be slapping me in the face. Those who are confident that they can kill me can kill her. He wanted to protect Ji Yao and let Yu Bao live. Right now, he did not have time to care about these people. Let them fight each other. On Destiny Royal Court side, if no powerhouses showed up, it would be a mess. He could not let either side be dominant. Otherwise, there would be no more trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping said again, Everyone, what are you waiting for? If that's the case, let's wait. Jiang Yu sighed and smiled. The King of Man really knows how to save trouble. Forget it. Let's get down to business. As soon as he finished speaking, he covered the sky with one hand. He slapped it down with a bang. On Destiny Royal Court side, thousands of Destiny Royal Court soldiers gathered together were all killed by this slap. Qing Hua snorted and slapped too. 5 or 6 rank 9s beside Yu Bao exploded. The other paragons also smiled and shook their heads. They were wasting time. What was the Destiny Royal Court thinking? Not a single Desperation realm martial artist came. Yet they dared to go against the humans? They were all convinced. Where did these people get their confidence from? Earth Wisdom? Earth Wisdom would fight for these ants? With so many paragons attacking, under Ji Yao and Yu Bao's stunned and frightened gazes, almost instantly the huge Destiny Royal Court side was left with only 2 people. Both sides lost. At this moment, not only had Universe Bao's men been completely wiped out, even Ji Yao's few remaining guards had also been wiped out. Tens of thousands of Destiny Royal Court soldiers died together with them. Seeing the 2 of them in a daze, Qing Hua shouted, What are you waiting for? The 2 of them did not say a word. They did not dare to say anything. They turned and left. It was extremely fast. The humans were also stunned for a while. Soon, Fong Ping's voice rang out. The Mount Royal Sea monsters returned to Mount Royal Sea. The rest of you can go back and help Donglin. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping blasted a punch. A passageway appeared. It was not too long, but it extended to everyone's feet. He had to send them away. Fong Ping did not want to blow up the humans later. No one disobeyed Fong Ping's order. At this moment, everyone was in high spirits. This battle had been really carefree. Since Fong Ping came in, he had been domineering from the beginning to the end. Now that those people were killed, the battle was almost over. It was time to help those old brothers in Donglin. Those fellows probably did not expect them to end the battle so quickly. These people left one after another. When they passed by the army, they also began to help evacuate the army. In reality, they did not need to help. The Catacombs army had long been defeated. Now, the humans were almost killing people. More than 100,000 Catacombs army, perhaps half of them, were killed. The rest were fleeing in all directions. Fong Ping did not care. Almost none of them were high ranks. It was hard to say if any of them would survive later. Chapter 1059. The war in the North Lake Catacombs quickly ended under Fong Ping's interference. The humans had won. Over at the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, Old Man Li had also begun to evacuate with his men. The mountain was left in a mess. The humans had fought the war without a hitch. Of course, from the looks of it, the scale of the battle wasn't too great. None of the top experts had died. Compared to the previous battles, the deaths of hundreds of Rank 9 Destiny Court cultivators didn't seem like a big deal. Fong Ping watched them leave the North Lake Catacombs before he smiled and said, "Since they're all gone, we can talk now." Fong Ping chuckled. "First of all, everything that everyone has heard before is true. I'm sure all of you are aware of this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here." Fong Ping paused and said, "True, Lord Di Hui. Since you're here, if you don't mind, tell everyone how strong the evil sect is." Fong Ping grinned. "Your betrayal has become an open secret. If you don't want to talk about it, do as you see fit." Earth Wisdom's face was livid. Actually, after these people arrived, she knew that she had fallen into Fong Ping's trap. At this moment, even though his expression was ugly, he still said coldly, "The divine sect is stronger than you think." Fong Ping, you're spreading this everywhere. Do you really think the divine sect doesn't know? Even I don't know some of the god sects, god masters. Can you guarantee that none of these people are god lords of the divine religion? She was a little annoyed. What was this? A secret that only a few people knew was a secret. If everyone knew it, would it still be a secret? Fong Ping chuckled. "I can't guarantee anything. My goal is very simple. I want to prove how powerful the cult is. I want to prove that the cult has something everyone needs. That's enough. I didn't want everyone to target the humans, so I succeeded, didn't I?" Fong Ping looked around and said lazily, "Humans, they don't have anything else, but now they have the Snake King, a paragon, on top of me, and Commander Li. If everyone keeps staring at us, it won't be a problem for me to bite you guys hard. After killing a few people, the evil cult would have enough power to swallow everyone. So, we're actually grasshoppers on the same rope. These are the facts in front of me, and I'm too lazy to say more. So I'm not afraid now. It's a broken pot." Fong Ping grinned. "I've killed a few paragons and caused all parties to suffer heavy losses. I'll just wait for the evil sect to kill all of you guys. At this point, what do I still need to be afraid of?" Jiang Yu laughed. "Fong Ping, there's no need to do this. Since everyone was here, they naturally knew about this. There's no need to make the atmosphere tense." Fong Ping was amused. "True Lord Jiang, why are you in a deadlock? We're all enemies, and we're here for benefits. Even if I scold their mothers right now, they might not turn against me. Since that's the case, why should I care so much?" As he said that, he laughed and said, "If you don't believe me, look. Du Kuai, you are a slave of 3 surnames, right? Your mother and the demon race gave birth to you, right? King Huai nearly blew his top. His eyes were dark and gloomy. However, Fong Ping said disdainfully, "Don't look at me like that. I have the strength of a second or third rank paragon. Even earthly Zhou died in my hands. If I kill someone else, everyone will be worried. If I kill you, do you believe that no one will help you?" King Huai's expression changed slightly. Fong Ping laughed heartily. "That's why you have to admit that I'm scolding you. Do you think it's still the same as before? It's because I don't like you. Otherwise, I'll kill you today to establish my authority. You won't have anything to say." King Huai's expression darkened even more. However, Fong Ping said playfully, "Of course I won't underestimate you. You're second king's man, and you suddenly stayed behind. You know that the evil sect is dangerous, and you know that your strength is weak, but you still want to participate. I don't believe that you don't have some confidence. Maybe there are still second king's men who stayed behind, or there are even second king's men here. But it's okay, I don't care about that. Don't you think so, King Huai?" King Huai said nothing and looked at him coldly. Fong Ping chuckled. After thinking for a while, he looked at Dehuai and said, "True, Lord Dehuai, I have something to ask you." True Lord Dehuai looked at him, frowning slightly. Fong Ping laughed. "Don't frown. It has something to do with True Lord Cloudborn." True Lord Cloudborn was indifferent and said nothing. "I suspect that he's the evil sect's master god. Do you have a way to confirm who the master god is?" As Fong Ping said that, he directly threw True Lord Cloudborn over. True Lord Cloudborn almost exploded in anger. Dehuai also frowned slightly and took a step back. However, seeing True Lord Cloudborn stagger in front of her, Dehuai did not say anything. Taking a look at True Lord Cloudborn, Dehuai frowned and said, "I don't think so. The master gods of divine sects are so weak that they're almost all dead. Now, those who are left are all powerhouses. Those who are true god level 3 and above are almost the lowest. It can't be?" Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. "The few I killed previously seemed to have average strength. Faceless, Chong Qingzi, they're all average." Dehuai frowned again. She felt uncomfortable listening to Fong Ping's words. This guy, every time he spoke, he looked like he deserved a beating. She really wanted to kill him. At this moment, True Lord Cloudborn also said angrily, "I'm not some master god." Fong Ping, at this time there's no need to be like this. I have to guard against you, in case you're from the evil sect. I still have to let you be a pathfinder. If you're from the evil sect, then I'll be in trouble. Fong Ping chuckled. "You'll only have a chance to live if you're not from the evil sect. If you are, then you'll have to die now. Everyone, I want him to be a pathfinder in case we get schemed against. Everyone also wants to confirm if he's from the evil sect, right?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other and nodded slightly. Having another top pathfinder was really a good thing. Everyone was afraid of death and did not want to stand out. If they really let True Lord Cloudborn go, that would be a great thing. Everyone had to support this. Otherwise, when they encountered trouble, who would be willing to be pathfinders? Now, a captured true god was a good choice. At other times, they could not capture a true god as a prisoner. Dehuai frowned and said, "I said he's not. Check carefully. Dehuai, you're a lord god. You know some of the lord god's specialties. The last time I saw the source world was a little different. There seemed to be a main star hidden. I don't know if others have it, but you know this. Check if this guy has it." True Lord Dehuai frowned, but Fong Ping's concerns were not unreasonable. However, he glanced at Cloudborn. It was still a little dangerous to barge into a true god's source world. Of course, the danger was not great. Moreover, True Lord Cloudborn was not too strong. The source world was definitely not as strong as him, now that it seemed to be imprisoned by Fong Ping. Dehuai was a little afraid of Fong Ping. After thinking for a while, Dehuey said, I can investigate, but there are too many people here. It's impossible for us to investigate everyone. There are still people hiding in the dark among the Lord gods of the divine sect. Fang Ping, if the divine sect really finds out about all this, I won't feel good, and you won't feel good either. Fang Ping said lightly, It's okay. I don't care about these things. I came with the intention of fighting the evil sect to the death. If you're afraid of death, you can hide. I'll discuss with the evil sect. We'll kill you guys first, and then we'll fight. It's the same. He had a rascal's face, and everyone was helpless. They were all smart people. If there were too many smart people, it would also be troublesome. They were all afraid of death. They all knew the principle of the sandpiper and clam fighting, and the fishermen benefiting. If Fang Ping and the divine sect really fought in order to prevent the fishermen from benefiting, it was not impossible for both sides to join forces and attack them first. In fact, it was very likely. Everyone looked at each other helplessly. Originally, it was to suppress the humans. Now, Fang Ping had become the key point because he would strip Heavenly Emperor Dao. This guy was destined not to be the first powerhouse to die. As these people were talking, Dehuey was ready to investigate True Lord Cloudborn's source world. True Lord Cloudborn's expression was ugly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Embarrassing himself was a small matter. Entering the source world was not a Tao of origin, so it was actually not a big deal. But he still felt that something was wrong. Fang Ping had previously set up 9 origin sabers in his source world. The source world was only so big. Would Fang Ping really not be able to find out if he had a master god's main star hidden? Why did he slander him as the divine sect's master god? Just to humiliate him? Was there a need to be so senseless? However, Fang Ping might really be that senseless. True Lord Cloudborn criticized for a while. He really did not consider that Fang Ping wanted to harm Dehuey. Although he did not know the inside story, it seemed that Fang Ping and Dehuey had a cooperative relationship. Moreover, their cooperation seemed to be closer than the others. Fang Ping and Dehuey should be important figures in this plan. Based on this, he really did not think that much. Not only him, but Dehuey also thought so. Everyone else thought so too. Right now, the only divine sect martial artist who agreed to cooperate was Dehuey. Moreover, Dehuey was also the only divine sect's master god whose whereabouts and identity were known. Killing Dehuey would not benefit Fang Ping. Did he not want to know where the divine sect's headquarters was? Everyone's thoughts stirred. For a moment, they were thinking about their own matters and did not say much. It was extremely quiet near Imperial Sea Mountain. Right at this moment, Dehuey also began to investigate True Lord Cloudborn. She even deliberately distanced herself from the crowd, worried that someone would cause trouble for her at this time. Fang Ping did not move and did not say anything. Right at this moment, Dehuey's eyes were slightly dazed. She did not put all her consciousness into the other party's source world. She would not be so careless. Right at this moment, True Lord Cloudborn's expression changed. So did Dehuey. The moment her consciousness sank into the source world, an extremely sharp aura erupted in the source world. Fang Ping. True Lord Cloudborn was shocked and furious. Why? Why? I have already agreed to be your pathfinder. Why do you want to kill me? Why? He was resentful, unwilling, and in disbelief. Dehuey also roared angrily. Was Fang Ping crazy? What was he doing? But all of this had happened too quickly. While the others were still deep in thought, in the next moment, everyone looked in that direction. Then they reacted instinctively and scattered, tearing the void and escaping. No. True Lord Cloudborn roared. But it was too late. In the source world, 9 sabers condensed from source chi suddenly erupted and slashed down. It was too fast. This was the source world. Everything would be extremely fast. Dehuey's illusion had just appeared when it was torn apart by the saber gleams in the next moment. In reality, Dehuey roared angrily but did not do anything else. She only wanted to escape. True Lord Cloudborn was about to explode. Just as she was about to escape at this moment, in the space battlefield that had not closed yet, an incomparably huge saber cut through the void and slashed the world. Under the despairing gazes of everyone in the North Lake Catacombs, the sky of the North Lake Catacombs was broken at this moment. In the vicinity of the saber, everyone within a radius of 100 li, unless they were at the peak, would die instantly. How dare you? Dehui roared angrily. Fang Ping was actually plotting against her at this moment. She could not understand. She had already betrayed the divine sect and agreed to work with Fang Ping. Why? She really did not understand. There was no time to think. Right at this moment, a sudden roar came from within True Lord Cloudborn's body. Then, under True Lord Cloudborn's despairing gaze and resentful gaze, this desperation powerhouse who thought she could escape had her golden body expand to the extreme. Fang Ping, I'll wait for you. True Lord Cloudborn roared angrily. I'll wait for you to die together. Don't rush. Fang Ping roared. He was very anxious. Don't die first. You still have friends. As he spoke, Fang Ping opened his mouth wide and spat something out, shooting it toward Dehui. At this moment, Fang Ping released the restriction. In the next moment, everyone heard a wave of cursing that was so venomous that it gave them goosebumps. Fang Ping, you bastard! I won't let you go even if I die. Bastard, you deserve to die. The meatball appeared. The three heads held madly, completely insane. It was fine if Fang Ping killed them, but he did not kill them. He left a wisp of their mentality and actually used them as desperation bombs. Shame, humiliation. They would not be satisfied even if they died. They were resentful. True Lord Cloudborn was stunned at this moment. Dehui was also stunned. There was more. Not just one. 3. This was not the time to be shocked. Rumble. Just when True Lord Cloudborn did not know if he should be glad that he was not the most miserable desperation powerhouse. The last look in this desperation powerhouse's eyes was incomprehensible. Complicated. So complicated that he did not even care about death. He thought that he was the most miserable, but he realized that there were 3 more miserable ones. These 3, how did they end up like this by Fang Ping? At the last moment of his death, this one seemed to be feeling a little lucky. I died quickly enough. I should be happier than them. Rumble. This was a complete body of an absolute peak expert that had been slashed apart. A deafening roar shook heaven and earth. The 1,000-meter-long cliff of Mount Royal Sea collapsed directly from the explosion. Dehui also screamed. It was implicated and its source was damaged. At this moment, the Changdao slashed through the void and fell. At the same time, Wu Quishan unleashed his mentality and bombarded Dehui. Fang Ping entered the source world directly and slashed at Dehui's Dao. After slashing, Fang Ping disappeared instantly, turning around and running. This was just the beginning. Next, there was a big firework. Old Wu run. True Lord Dehui looked hopeless. She did not have the energy to face so many attacks. She could not attend to one thing and lose sight of another. Her Dao was slashed. Before she could chase Fang Ping away, the Changdao slashed through the void and fell. Immortal true God! Dehui roared and roared crazily. She was a woman, but her roar was earth-shattering. In her hand a long sword appeared. Wu Quishan had also started to run. Seeing this, he roared, Fang Ping, can you get the sword? Fang Ping, who had already run far away, almost died of anger. Was old Wu crazy? He was actually thinking about that sword at this time. All right, a desperation divine weapon was indeed rare. Fang Ping also wanted to get his hands on it, but look at the time. Old Wu was definitely full of himself. Dehui definitely had the ability of a Desperation Bomb 5, or even 6. If old Wu encountered it alone, the probability of him being killed was as high as 90%. Why would he want a divine weapon? Did he not want his life anymore? Rumble. At this moment, the second brilliant firework rose. Dehui's divine weapon exploded directly, colliding with the Vitality Changdao. At this moment, the entire North Lake catacombs began to shake. The sky fell. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Fang Ping had gathered for a long time. The slash that he had gathered was a slash that even true Lord Cloudlife thought would kill him. It was not that easy to block. It was incomparably powerful. Dehui, on the other hand, self-destructed a desperation divine weapon. That was equivalent to half of a desperation bomb's self-destruction. Under the situation where the sky and earth were collapsing, the fleeing desperation bomb sensed this scene. Dehui's golden body exploded 3 times in a row. It recovered quickly, only to explode again. I will not die. Dehui went crazy. At this moment, she was really like a lunatic. Her bald head was shiny. The moment she recovered her golden body, she did not have any thoughts of regrowing her hair. Dehui was covered in blood. Energy erupted wildly. With another roar, an energy long sword exploded, piercing through the sky and slashing the remaining half of the Changdao into pieces. Dehui did not even look back. She was about to break through the air and escape. But at this moment, the meatball had already arrived. The 3 desperation powerhouses were extremely miserable. The meatball was already dissipating. Even their mentality, if not for Fang Ping's protective barrier, would have been blown up. However, the time Fang Ping needed was enough. As the meatball approached, there was a rumble. This time it was 3 consecutive explosions. The rumbling sounds were continuous. This triggered a chain reaction. In the nearby area in the North Lake catacombs, all the energy began to explode. In the nearest capital city, the underground or veins shook violently. Then a deafening explosion resounded once more. The energy was unstable. The underground mineral vein had exploded. There was also a mineral vein inside Mount Royal Sea. At this moment, with a rumble, it was also implicated and exploded directly. Near the North Lake catacombs, the sounds of explosions continued without any signs of stopping. At this moment, the sky was instantly covered in blood red. Almost in the blink of an eye, 4 desperation bombs had fallen. It was too fast. It was so fast that the 4 desperation bombs had died before the celestial phenomenon appeared. Until this moment, 4 great paths suddenly appeared in the sky. Bang, 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 for consecutive deafening explosions sounded. Only then did the world know that just now 4 desperation bombs had died. A rain of blood poured down like buckets. In the past, this would only happen when more than 5 desperation bombs died. Today, however, the sky was instantly blood-red. They died together and exploded together. The great paths collapsed directly. The blood-red color was spreading. At this moment, everyone within a 10,000 li radius could see the blood clouds in the sky. The place where Fang Ping and the others were previously had completely disappeared. It became a black void, a void of nothingness. And at this moment, a broken figure struggled and flew out of the crack, extremely miserable. Earth Wisdom. She did not die. The 4 desperation bombs, source worlds, had exploded. She was severely injured. In addition to Fang Ping's stab, her great path had even collapsed into pieces. But she did not die, like a malicious spirit that crawled out from hell. At this moment, Earth Wisdom was covered in blood. Her limbs were badly damaged. Her golden bones had turned into white bones. Her chest and head were full of holes, penetrating holes. There was not a single piece of flesh and bone on her body that was intact. There were no eyes in her eye sockets either. Instead, there were 2 holes that could see the void behind them. Fang! Ping! An extremely shrill scream rang out. Earth Wisdom was about to go crazy. Her combat strength was even stronger than Qing Hua, who was ranked 2nd on the ranking. But today, she had almost died because of Fang Ping's scheme, using the source worlds of 4 desperation bombs to blow her up. Perhaps only Fang Ping would do this. Right now, There were probably not many people left alive in the entire North Lake catacombs. But no one cared. No one cared. The powerhouses who had already escaped in all directions felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Earth Wisdom's tragic state. Luo Fu, Huatong, Su Ling, all dead. The three great Grotto Heavens desperation bombs had been captured by Fong Ping. Moreover, these people had died too tragically. Even if the desperation bombs died in battle, it was not a big deal. But this way of dying was really too miserable. Mount Wangwu's Qing, Hua suddenly felt a little afraid. She subconsciously wanted to see where Fong Ping was but could not find him. She was a little afraid of this young king human. She could not find him, but someone saw him. Before he could say be careful, this person felt a chill in his heart and shut his mouth instantly. He was frightened by Fong Ping's gaze. At this moment, the others also saw that Fong Ping was right above Earth Wisdom. This guy actually did not leave. He was hiding nearby. However, he restrained his aura. At this moment, Fong Ping's golden body was also badly damaged. He had also suffered an incomparably huge destructive force. Even if this was a trap he had set himself, even if it was not aimed at him, his golden body had still been blown up. But Fong Ping did not care. He was ruthless enough. He did not want to run too far away at all. He knew that Earth Wisdom might not die, and he did not want to leave behind any future trouble. Therefore, at this moment, he appeared without a sound, like a killer. In his hands, the god-slaying saber had already accumulated endless energy and vitality. Just as Earth Wisdom's mournful howl was heard, Fong Ping's eyes were already extremely cold, and the saber slashed down. Earth Wisdom seemed to have sensed danger and quickly fell down. But how fast was Fong Ping? Earth Wisdom's injuries were too serious. How could it run? Uft! The saber slashed down, and the broken golden body was directly split into two halves. This was not enough. At this moment, in the void, a Dao flashed and disappeared. With a crack, it collapsed. It did not collapse completely, but a large section was broken. Fong Ping was like the Grim Reaper, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He directly entered her origin Dao, and when Earth Wisdom was seriously injured, he instantly cut off her Dao. In the next second, under everyone's complicated gaze, Fong Ping's giant palm opened and grabbed Earth Wisdom's golden body that had been cut in half. Bang! Like a louse being squashed. The muffled sound of the explosion rang in everyone's ears. Fong Ping. Earth Wisdom's broken mentality illusion appeared, and she said mournfully, "Why? Why?" She agreed to cooperate. She agreed. Fong Ping grinned. "Why? What else could it be? I don't ask why when I kill people. I want to see fireworks, to see a rain of blood. Ha ha ha." Fong Ping was like a devil descending on earth. At this moment he swept his saber, and at the same time his origin chi erupted, sweeping in all directions. Rumble! Heaven and earth roared again. Earth Wisdom's mentality exploded. Earth Wisdom was not completely dead yet, and her mournful screams were heard again. Fong Ping, this seat curses you to die a horrible death for all eternity. Fong Ping, you will die a horrible death, a horrible death. Powerhouses of the three realms, if Fong Ping doesn't die, all of you will die. He's scarier than the divine sect. If Fong Ping doesn't die, the ancient martial arts will be destroyed. Rumble. The last brilliant firework rose, and a monstrous wave of mentality spread in all directions. The earth disappeared, and the sky cracked. In the sky, a long illusion of the great Tao collapsed completely again. Drip, drip, blood rain poured down. In an instant, 5 paragons died. There were 28 paragons in the 3 realms. Even if half of them were not on the list, 1/10 of them had died today. At this moment, powerhouses from all directions looked at Fong Ping. Fear, vigilance, worry, murderous intent, anger. There were too many emotions gathered together. Just when they thought that Fong Ping wanted to join forces with them to fight the evil sect, Fang Ping actually killed Earth Wisdom, who was willing to cooperate. In the Three Realms, Luo Fu and Huatong's paragons had been captured long ago. Fang Ping was a little scary. Earth Wisdom's voice was still echoing in the catacombs. If Fang Ping doesn't die, the ancient martial arts will be destroyed. Ancient martial arts. They were ancient martial arts. Fang Ping, Human King, Demon King. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt that the Demon King might really be the right person for him. Under the rain of blood, Fang Ping panted heavily, but he was smiling brightly. His whole body was covered in blood, making people shudder. P.S. Recommend a book, Wolf Territory, with good writing and story. Brothers, support it and bookmark it.